US dollar turns low against the yen, trimming losses against the euro. Dollar last up at about 144.96 yen, while the euro pairs gains to about 1.1458.
So just keeping an eye on the markets here, the S&P 500 pairing gains from ahead of the open after the cash equity open in the US today. So S&P 500 still up 0.1%. The Nasdaq 100 erases opening gains, falling to session lows now. So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, US Treasury Secretary Bessent is due to be testifying. So the live video for US Treasury Secretary Bessent is available as he testifies. We've put that out on the feed for those interested. So, in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we are expecting comments from US Treasury Secretary Bessent as he testifies before Congress. The live video is still on the feed. Trump says the Fed should lower 1 full point, repeating a comment that he has made before.
General Motors CFO says they expect Q2 to have the highest tariff impact. That's them speaking at the Deutsche Bank conference. On Mintico and Enter, we're expected to hear from Treasury Secretary Bessent testifying in Congress. Bessent with pre-commentary here. Bessent says inflation shows substantial improvement due to Trump. Rebalancing with China is possible if it upholds deal. Bessent credits Trump policies for slowdown in price hikes. Bessent says China needs to be a reliable partner in trade negotiations. And U.S. That's him commenting at the U.S. House Ways Means Committee testimony. If China will hold up its end of initial Geneva trade agreement, a big, beautiful rebalancing of U.S. and China economies is possible. Trump's administration has cut IRS expenses and planned spending on tech by $2 billion. And adds that May US budget receipts were up 14.7% over a year ago period, after April receipts increased 9.5%.
Thank you.
Check 1, 2.
swear it's like, I don't know if it's smoke or I don't know if it's like the smoke outside or me. Ugh. I don't know if my throat hurts because of speaking or if like we're supposed to get rain though. Maybe that'll like dampen it all down. Check 1, 2. All right. So we're trying to get some acceptance. Give me 1 second here, guys. Okay, we'll do it together. Good morning out there. It's like running on like no sleep. It's been busy. You know, it's for weird. It's like let me get rid of that there. It's been like it's like the dog days of summer trade, but then it's been crazy. This is probably one of the craziest weeks or busiest weeks I've been in, I think. Bear with me this morning. My throat's hurting me too. We've had like Canadian wildfires, and it's just starting to get warm. If you live in the Midwest, you know what's going on. We have like thick blankets of smoke, and our weather has been terrible. We have like I think it's called what is it? Dogwood. Like the puffiness. I think we had like pollen like 2 weeks ago, and now we've got like dogwood everywhere and smoke everywhere. You can like hear it in my nose and stuff. No, I don't snort cocaine or whatever. I know some of you think that I do, but I don't. So we got some stuff to go over this morning. We could start. I'm going to explain some of this stuff to you, what's going on in the market here. The market is, we're going to go over it together as a group. We're entering, for lack of a better word, a FOMO stage, right? In the market where market mechanics and dynamics are changing quickly. I wrote a brief for this, but I'm like, if I write that, or if I started writing a brief, and I'm like, if I release this, people are going to be like, I don't give a fuck about that. So I was like, some people care, but most people like things dumbed down and simplified, and I can respect and understand that. If you wanted to understand the mechanics of, or there's a few sides to that too. Sometimes you can know too much, and it can hinder you as a trader and investor to where you know too much and it paralyzes you. Some people do care about that stuff, so we'll go over it. It's better. Then I was like, maybe we'll do a private stream, because I was thinking that too. I was like, we could do this in a private stream. That way I can just review the mechanics of all of this stuff, because it is kind of complicated. Yesterday on stream, I showed you simplified that vol control gang. Yesterday, I showed you vol control gang, CTAs, asset managers, and how we flip. There's a certain point here above 6,000 where we flip to all of these different entities buying again. They become buyers once again instead of sellers. Dealers are sellers below 6,000, but they like flip into buyers again above 6,000. And we're looking for some acceptance at 6,000. God, I feel like such a douche on Twitter. Because like some of you have never traded all-time highs before, and it shows. I was just thinking about that tweet. I went in last night to delete some tweets on Twitter. I'm like, I got to clean up my timeline because I've been shit posting so much. I think I might have deleted some shit I shouldn't have deleted yesterday too. Like last night, I'm like, I gotta start deleting some of this shit. I used to delete, or I used to never delete anything. And then Jedi Marcus was like, I delete my shit every run up and down. I delete my shit. So I got a delete tweet, and people got mad at me. They were like, "You're trying to delete your stuff." I'm like, "No. I like how Jedi does it." I'm like,
Pitch ratings changes global.
he likes not
deteriorating.
He likes to like every run up, every run down. He would like to delete all of his tweets. He's like, keep things clean and not to rest on his laurels. And then he privately told me it was because he hates followers. And this was like a couple of years ago, like 2-3 years ago. And I'm like, I kind of like that. Right now, you see on Twitter that a lot of people are getting shit right now. High follow accounts on Twitter. In my view, I wouldn't want that many followers. You're like right when I hit like 10,000 followers on Twitter, things started. My experience began to change on Twitter, and it's only devolved from there. It's only gotten worse. People will like, if you like shit posts, people are like, "No, you got to be serious, bro." And hey, I follow you because you give me, you give me alpha or whatever. And if you own those accounts, honest to God, they kind of suck. They can get boring, and anything that you post is put under a microscope.
To meet with House Republicans Wednesday.
So Jedi taught me, like, try to shed followers as much as you can, and try to like slow your growth, and it's all around a better experience. So, and I realized that people are experiencing that right now on Twitter. So I was like, last night, I'm like, I'm going to start to clean up my tweets a little bit. And like, then I clean up like shit I shouldn't be cleaning up or leave on or whatever. And I want you to know, too, that my account is somewhat managed. We do have people that have access to my Twitter handle because I can't be there all the time. I can't interact all the time. I have to run from place to place to place to place. So we do have some of that going on. You can kind of tell when I'm on Twitter. I think you can tell by the tone that it's me. But anyways, we got a lot of stuff to go over today. We have a lot to look at and talk about today with the market dynamics and maybe a slightly better explanation of what's going on. Let's revisit the idea that we were going to go into a summer trade. This was, I want to say, 3 or 4 weeks ago, maybe. We're in June 11th. I think we started talking about this in early May. We were discussing this in early May. We got to a point of, hey, we're going to execute this in the next week or two. That was late May. We also had Volatility Wiz in the show. We had him in the Discord, right? We were discussing this summer trade that should evolve. Most of you placed a trade with me in some way, shape, or form, right? We gave you multiple different choices for that trade. Now, my expectation was, hey, let's hit 605. And if we can get higher, if you remember that whole conversation, it was, if we can get higher, that's fine, right? We want to have a lower expectation.
This time we got the EIA.
Let me turn this shit off because it doesn't matter. The idea is that you lower your expectations, and if you can outperform those expectations, all the better. It's not like, hey, we're going to take a trade to 620 or 610 and like barely touch it and then roll. And there's a reason for that. You don't want to miss that target and then that whole trade blows up, right? You try to lower your expectations and overperform those expectations. And that also applies oftentimes to how you open trades, whether you're neutral. If you're neutral, let's say you do a fly, right? You widen out your wings, and it's a better experience, right? Normally, like, hey, I think it's going to be in between here and here. Let's just widen them a little bit. And it makes life easier, doesn't it? If you're taking a bear trade or a bull trade, sell side, buy side, you rein in your expectations, and then you can hit them and outperform without the trade just blowing up on you. And I'm not talking about convexity trades, but just like a normal trade, lower your expectations, blast through them, and you look kind of like a rock star, don't you? Woo, we did it. I'm amazing. Now you can still leave exposure in how you make those trades for greater up or downside exposure. Like, hey, I want to hit 605, but I can make gains to 620. Or, I don't know, I think it's going to blast down below 600 and go to 500, right? You put your puts a little bit more in the money, or however you structure that trade, and then all the better if you blast through those things. And not only that, you can get more aggressive, too. You'll oftentimes hear me say something like, hey, we start with a hedge. Let's say we're going to hedge a bear trade, right? You start with a hedge that's not aggressive, right? And then if we begin to roll and you start making money, you then jump into more and progressively more aggressive trades, right? Hedge, then put spreads, then put weekly puts, then zero dates and short. And you kind of when you hear people say add to your winners, that's what they mean. They're not telling you hey, I think people would misunderstand what that means. Like if you're going up, right? It's not like, yeah, I got, I don't know, calls here, and I'm just going to pile in on more and more and more calls. It means that you start off with less aggressive calls or structured spreads, and then you add more aggressive, right? As a matter of fact, right now, what are we trading a lot? Cheap calls, right? Puts are expensive, calls are cheap, and we're aggressively hitting the fucking buy button on 0-day calls intraday. So that's the adding to your position is what I mean by that. So can we go up from here? Yes, we can. But you have room now, right? And not only that, we're triggering. So if we're back in the summer trade, right? Back in May discussing this. And then if we're hitting our targets now, you can get more aggressive, right? And not only that, we're beginning to trigger what I told you we would trigger. If we hit the 605, that we would begin to trigger what? The FOMO trade. And market mechanics begin to change as we come into that FOMO trade. So we're going to chat about that this morning. If I can get through it with my voice, we will. So right now, a couple things I want you to know. Right off the bat, we should come up here and trade this prior high, this yellow bar right here. And what we're trying to do is get acceptance above 6,000 or 6050. Trying to get turn this local resistance into local support. So you can see SPX right here. We're trying to gain acceptance right up here. See the tick right here, right? Pull back, and then gain acceptance on this local support and turn this into a place to attack 6,100, which is the target, right? So there's the target, right? This is also the put wall. And there's a bunch of mechanics in here too. So if you can come up here, right? We hit this. We made, we as I say to you, poked our heads above, pull back, get above, gain acceptance, and then attempt a new trade higher. Okay? And not only that, we should theoretically come up here and we should fail this put wall. While we fail this put wall, we should get a pretty decent pullback. And when we do this, we should also be looking for what? Rolling calls higher than 6,100 to 62 or 6,300. And all of this involves FOMO gang and how you feel about the markets. Like how does a trader feel about the markets? Do you feel more bullish today? Let me ask you that question. Do you? Now, this is going to be like Winky Face is going to say no, but I want most of you to think. Do you feel more bullish today? or what is the sentiment out there? And we really need what? We need the sentiment to become extremely bullish, don't we? The more bullish, the better for an actual roll to the downside. And I'm going to talk to you about some of those mechanics today. We're going to go into some of this trade this morning. Another thing that we're going to go over. Well, first off, if you're GME gang, congratulations, you did the right thing. Yesterday, we quickly snapped up, went down, and then they accumulated in the overnight. Looks like this morning they did a little bit of a back test on that low yesterday. So a few things we're going to look at today. We're going to look at the mechanics of the market as they change with FOMO. Second thing we're going to look at is GME. Third thing we're going to look at, if we can, would be a short on some stocks. Dollar General, Dollar Tree. It's not quite ready for the trade yet, but I want you to start thinking about that trade. We're going to talk about SNAP benefits being removed, the danger to stocks associated with SNAP benefits, the ones that are doing quite well, that looking like they're in a sell mode still, and the reasons for that sell. And then what else? So we got that. We got the market mechanics. Market mechanics. We've got GME. We've got DT and DG. And then we're going to talk about one more thing, and I forgot what the fuck it was. I got one more thing to talk to you guys about. Maybe, if we have a chance, we'll talk about Tesla today. We'll do some Tesla talk. Tesla's kind of wild, too. People are associating the wrong things with why Tesla's going up. Tesla's a good example as to why... like why you don't watch too much of the news. Like you look for why the news is there for price. It's a really good example. People get whipsawed in sentiment and news and data and all that kind of shit. Like it's doing this because of that, and it's doing that because of this. And I feel like people look crazy when they're talking about that stuff, especially on public. I'm like, it's like 1 week it's because of this reason, and the next week it's because of that reason. It's always after the fact. It's never before. It's just the signed news. So let's talk about some of this stuff if we can here. And give me one quick second. Hang tight one quick second here, guys. Yeah, look at that pump higher. Beautiful thing, isn't it? In one quick second here, guys. We're in like full squeeze mode now, too. We are up and above trend. As long as we hold 601.97 on SPY, 601.97, we're in like full-on squeeze mode now. And let's start with the window of opportunity. The window of opportunity right now is between right now into Friday. We'll talk about dates. It's now 10:30 in the morning. We'll see if these sellers can come in here and sell this down. If they can't, here's your check back right here. I don't think that they can. I'll be honest with you. Give me one quick second here. We got a whole bunch of stuff to go over this morning. Give me one quick second. Happy summer, everybody. I feel like I'm working harder than I do normally. I feel like the boring summer trade is more difficult for me than it needs to be. I'm like telling all of you guys to put on trades and go swimming and stuff. Go hang out for the summer and come back and open your laptop later. One quick second here, guys. Got to go back in time here. You guys want some? Hold on a second here. Let's start with something else. Hold on here. Having a hard time finding this. Give me one quick second. We'll just delete all this. Someone in the Discord was asking about charts. We're going to chart our charts together this morning. Let's start on a monthly basis. Just have a look here. We've shown you this a few times. Beautiful wick down below here. If you guys want to follow along with me, you're more than welcome to. You guys have the, let me get you guys something here. You can follow along here with me. No, not that. I don't need that. Where is that? Hold on 1 second here. Where is that thing? Ah, shit. Hold on here. What's going on here? I don't know why I'm having such a problem with this. Is this thing private or no? An invite only script. I thought I had a script that wasn't invite only. For some reason I can't find it. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so first thing we're going to look at right here. This is discount 574.13. Snap a green line on 574.13. What's going on here? I'm having like issues here. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Leave. There we go. that up there. I'm going to snap another line down below here in weekly. 572.66. Hang tight 1 second, guys. Still having some problems here. Make that larger, maybe. Next. Next. There we go. That's it. Get rid of that. Dude, what is going on? Like, what? Hold on a second, guys. God. If you're inside the Discord, if you don't have this, add this to your charts. So you can follow along. If you're inside the Discord, there's another tool in there for you to add to your charts. Where this is for okay, thesis on that. All right, hold on a second. There's a whole bunch of stuff. God damn, we got so much to go over here. Same one. But I know there's new people in the Discord. So if you already have it, don't worry about it. Hang tight here. There's so much. I'm trying to like catch everybody up at the same time. Now y'all believe me, huh? Okay, so what was the other question somebody had? Somebody asked something about time. Did they delete their question? Why did they delete the question? There we go. B-Moan, this is for you. Read through this. Okay. Now, even that thing that I just posted for you, that archive, that news article, we already used that anyways. So the market is, I'll try to simplify this. I can't go too deep into it, but the market works on time and price, on finite math to an extent. When you write an algorithm or you have a computer do things for you, it's basically finite. So if you know that already, you have to think about how the market works. When you hear about like things like seasonality, right? You're thinking about time, right? So you have a year. You break that year down into 6 months, into quarters, into a month, into a week, into a day. Within those parameters, you're looking for time or price for certain things to happen, right? the market has become more or less human operated than it ever has in the past. So that's why we work on time around here, right? Certain things, if you can start to see, if you start to like break the market up with price and time, you can start seeing predictive patterns within the market. Hey, at this month mark, we went here. You'll see like David Amos will often talk about this. You see how we were here back in Q3 of last year, at the beginning of Q3 in September or in October or November, or December, whatever it is. You'll see the price revisit certain places on a year basis, on a 6-month basis, on a quarterly basis, on a 1-month basis, all the way down to a daily basis. You ever notice when, like, even right now, we're like, we opened this morning, we had a pre-market high, and then we are revisiting that pre-market high again, right? If we leave gaps below, we'll go down and visit those overnight gaps to the downside. So price likes to revisit certain places. Not only that, but price likes to seek out stops, right? Upside stops, downside stops. Take all of your stops, right? These are also hedge funds and even humans that do this. They will literally bring price knowing where your stops are, where the pain is in the market. So we're going to start back over here on a, if you put that on your charts, we're going to go back to a monthly basis. You can see this little fair value gap right here. I put a line right there. I'm not going to mess with this one down here for right now because we're not there. And then I'm also going to look at the weekly basis. And we charted this top one, not this one down here, just this one right here. That's all you need to do for right now. Then we're going to switch to a daily basis right here. We're going to snap some more lines. I'll just do this closest one right here. This is the important one right now, 594.16. You could also theoretically talk about, we could talk about islands and stuff. But you can see right now where we get this push up on a daily basis, and now we're moving higher, right? It's kind of like a key level right here, isn't it? No, not only that, but we can kind of tell that on a daily basis, like, you know, not a weekly or monthly, but on a daily basis, this is where we're moving higher, right? You can see it right here. This was Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, right? And Wednesday right here, right? So this began last week, end of last week, and we're going higher this week, early week, right? We're only on, what day is today? Wednesday. Only Wednesday, right? Seems like the market is in a hurry to get somewhere, doesn't it? Right? And what are we heading into? Do you guys know? Quarterly OPEX, right? We've got the market is wound up on quarterly expectations, right? 1 quarter, the last 1 quarter or 3 months ago, the market's positioned itself for certain things to happen. And then as each month unfolded, the market also positioned itself each month within that quarter, right? So this, did we unwind from Q1 to Q2, right? Did we not unwind? If we did unwind, how did we unwind? Where do we go if we unwind? Where are we headed if we unwind? Did we begin the unwind not in the end of Q1, but in the first month of Q2, the second month of Q2, right? So you want you to think about with price action within quarters and within months and how the market acts and where is it heading towards the end of that quarter and how wound up is it into the end of that quarter. So we also know for sure that as we head into the last 2 weeks of the quarter that the market begins to unloosen when gamma begins to burn off on that wound up quarter, right? It's a little bit freer to move, and especially after the quarter ends and next quarterly expectations and the new options that come on the market can impact price and make it move, right? And are we able to unwind or not able to unwind? We're going to get to that today too, because there's an idea here that we could blast up even higher if we don't unwind into the next quarter. So we could go even higher and higher while the market's not unwound. A prime example of that on the inverse is where? Right here. Let me show you something on the back end of Q1. So we got January, February, March, right? Here's March 30th. And let me show you something kind of neat. I'm going to show you today what's possible into Q3. And I talked to you briefly about this yesterday with the JPM caller. I said to you, if the market can't get underneath the daily trigger from the last 2 weeks of June or the first week of July, the market will not unwind itself. And I'm going to show it to you how it happened here in Q1. This is March 31st right here. And we were looking, if you remember from this show, do you remember when I was like, I just want to see what happens right here? We made an attempt into the end of the quarter, right? Made an attempt. And even afterwards, we made an attempt. If you can think about this in the inverse, for right now, you should see an attempt to what? Get through the daily trigger, right? Last 2 weeks of the quarter and the week after the quarter. So look right here in the inverse. Question was, at this time, is there still uncertainty? And can dealers unwind their position? If we had made progress above here, what would have happened at the end of the quarter? Q1. We would have unwound to the upside. We would have unwound to the upside, either just towards the end of the quarter. By the way, this is what McGilligot is talking about, if any of you know what McGilligot's been pumping out there. And then we would have unwound here, either right before a quarter end, or not right before, would have gone up here and then would have unwound after the quarter. But do you see my point there? So you're looking for signs of an unwind. Market was hedged to the, or hedged and sold to the downside here, right? Been a quarter end, no unwind. What did they do for the first month? Dealers can't unwind. More bearish sentiment came in. Uncertainty. What did we do? Violence to the downside. You see that? Here's April 9th, right? An attempt to get out. Still no break from up here, right? Now look what happened here. Eventually, after April 30th, we're able to break free, and dealers were able to help the market unwind. And we're going to get into what McGilligot has to say about this, because what? We're going to come into a part of the market this Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There's the 18th, right? This is month end. Right? And this, let's call this the first week of July. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go, 7th right there. So think about this in the inverse. What we have over here, right? Now I want you to think about this right here. Now you have a window. Some people call it like window of weakness. It's not quite weakness. It's not really the best way to describe it. But if the markets can't in this window break through, daily trigger, Lamborghini. The market's not able to break through. Whoop. Whoop. What can happen? Vertical. That vertical trade could last into where? We already know, don't we? All the way over here. I don't know if that happens, but I showed you yesterday the collar. You know, and if we have this window to go down and we can't go down, we can't unwind in the beginning of July, what happens? Show it to you right here. Unwind attempt, can't unwind. Where do we go? Violence. And even here, violence up and then violence down and then finally break out. So you're talking about something like what? Try to get down, can't. What happens? July, wham. Down, up, down, sideways trade, middle of July, right? Maybe we can get down there. It might even last into what? It could get out of control, couldn't it? It could literally go to August 1st, right? So, or late August. I don't think it goes to late August, but theoretically, you could literally, like, if you can't get through here, wham, wham, wham. You can't get it down there. What happens? Wham again. I don't think we do this, or this part of it, but we're in the setup for it right now. It's like a runaway market to some extent. What could make this end here? What could make that end? Deteriorating economic conditions? Self-realization that the market's going to be okay, even if it isn't. Fear. But this trade is setting itself up, just like this here. This trade right now is setting itself up. Over here. In the inverse to the upside. That's bad, right? You're a bear, you're probably like, oh God, please tell me that's not going to happen. I can't tell you that it is going to happen. But the setup is there. Now we rein in our expectations for the summer trade. Grind and go higher. We know that nobody believed in the summer trade. You can see that everywhere, right? Twitter's imploding right now, isn't it? FinTwit imploding right now, isn't it? I'm watching people on FinTwit call out everybody. You missed that call out. You suck. You're the worst. Blah, 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 blah. They're not the worst. People get shit wrong. I get things wrong. I'm not a crystal ball. But of course, when you have a high follow account Everyone's looking at every little thing that you're talking about, right? They examine you under a microscope. If you miss a call or you get something wrong, then your brain gets all fucked up. You dig your heels in, and you're like, no, it's going to roll. Right? And then we get into this situation, don't we? And not only that, it becomes amplified, right? And then people are angry, then they're fighting with each other, and they're calling each other out. They want to, And you as the person consuming this stuff, you're like, that guy's the worst ever. The guy's not the worst ever. The guy's probably got 100,000 follower account, 500,000 follower account, and he's like, fuck me, my life is ending. I live and die by internet cred. When things could actually get uglier to the upside. I see you there, doggone it. So, we did the summer trade. We're in early. We lowered our upside expectations. We're taking the money. We're now in the FOMO stage. Feels good, doesn't it? Feels good not to be scraping $1, doesn't it? Feels good with all this more potential. And we can also look at prior experience if we do begin to roll. If you're a bear, if you're sell side, I know bear is a heel term, but if you're sell side on any attempt to break, what are you going to be looking for? Well, we got some windows of weakness. We know where they are. You should be having yourself a daily trigger. Because if we do this pullback here, you want to be watching for a break of it, don't you? Because then you can do what? You can call the fucking top. And an unwind. And a bear summer. But not until then, right? You can literally go back on my show in YouTube on this date right here. You can watch my March 25th video. You can watch my March 26th video. You can watch my April 2nd video. And you can go right to the time when we touched right here. And I was on this show saying, I want to see if we can break out here. People are like, nah, Cap, we can't. Nah, Cap, we can't. And I'm like, no, I want to see. Because this would begin the unwind to the upside. And I'll do the same thing again when we come into this window. Any back test of the daily trigger starting on Monday, this upcoming Monday, into the first week of July, we should have an attempt and a back test of the daily trigger. And as long as we hold it, we will do that fucking moonshot. And if we don't hold it, we can say bears are out to eat now. So if you're out there and you're a 500,000 count follower account and you're watching my show right now, I'm telling you what to look for. It's easy. You can look like a rock star once again. You don't need to overcomplicate things. You don't need to know everything. You don't need to explain complicated things to people, which I'm going to do today, but you don't need that. You don't need to get stuck in a quagmire of this and that, and if this, if that. You can literally watch a fucking line. That's it. You don't need to call it and 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 call it until you're right. This is what you need. The Marine Corps aptitude test. Using the crayon provided, join the two dots. That's all you need. If you can draw me a line from here to here, and if you see price go below it, you too can call tops and bottoms. You don't need it all. I'm going to explain it to you today, but you don't need it. You can be not like me and try to not have followers. All right, so let's take a look. We got the weekly and the monthly here. We're on the daily right now. Letter D. Letter D. Fairly easy. What else do we need to know? That fucking daily trigger, don't we? You live and die by that daily trigger from now or from Monday into the first week of July. I'm going to tell you right now, there's a fair chance that we're coming back to this daily trigger, wherever it may be. Today, it sits on 585. I'm going to posit that it's going to be up here at 595 before a roll. Do I know if price is going to hold the daily trigger? Nope. Is there anything that can tell me if it's going to hold? Yeah. Or if it doesn't hold? Yes. We know velocity can kind of give us an idea. Let's take a look at daily velocity on a daily basis. Are we at the top of daily velocity? We're in the second strongest time of the year. Nope. Check this bad boy out right here. There's July. Well, this July up here. Yeah, look at that. We rolled. So what can we look at here and kind of divine, right? If we get a back test of the daily trigger and it's successful, we will super ramp. If we fail the daily trigger, we will lose velocity early into September and October. So the squeeze up in summertime is predicated upon a successful back test for an extension higher on the daily trigger. Right here. Okay, so we're starting to put some shit together, aren't we? Fairly easy. Start jotting down notes. We're going to go to a 4-hour basis now. We got more information here, don't we? Oh, what is this? Hell of a lot of support, it looks like. 4-hour basis. 4, 4, 4. We can posit a few more things here, can't we? We got to hold the daily trigger to go higher for that trade higher in the summer. We also know there's a whole bunch of buyers down here. And now let's look on an intraday basis. That's an hourly time frame. And what can we see here? Woo. Boy, oh boy, look at that, huh? We can go deep, can't we? Put that one right here. Bam. 1 hour. Got a couple legs lower here. There's one right there. There's one right here. There's another one right here. One right there, one right there, one right there. There's a bear out there that's like sell, 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 sell. Now let's look on like a smaller time frame. We're going to look at a 30-minute. See if we can see anything in here. Oh, look at that. Hey, check it out, 30-minute. Snap a line right there. Snap a line right here. And snap a line right here. We're going to write 30. 30. And 30. 30 minutes, right? We're going to then go to a 15-minute basis. We'll just leave that down there. We want to see this one right here. $15-minute basis. We did this one, huge one up here today, right? Wednesday, right? Start here. $15-minute basis. We also know that what? What are we doing here? We're building Poop Island, aren't we? Poop Island, right? Consolidate, right? Why? Because we want to go higher, right? 6,100, right? There's a few things we can divine here, isn't there? Head over here. This is back in February 19th. We want to take the wick. The lowest high wick, right? Probably right here, somewhere right in here. We also have 605. You see that? 605 right here. 5s and 0s, right? We already nailed that one, though, didn't we? We'll go back and look at this. There's the high right there. We'll make that one red. We'll go back and look at it in a minute. Now check that out. If I have a projection of failing 605, and I always talk to you guys about what? Looking to see behavior, right? Did we auto reject? Did we hit it? And auto reject? Did we peek our heads up above it and auto reject? Did we peek our heads above it and hold it? All important information, right? We didn't reject it, did we? We poked our head up. Now, what is the behavior here? Are we building Poop Island? This is bullish. If we build Poop Island, we should be able to get above and trade the next level, right? So things are looking kind of bullish right now, aren't they? You could also make a posit that if we do not lose this vicinity here, we got our high, and if we can build upon this, we can go higher. Fairly easy, right? Crayons, not too hard. So we can make some posits here, right? From now into Friday. From now into Friday, if we hold Poop Island and we can consolidate, even though we've got only 2 days left, we can look for higher highs. What else can we posit? We want to be buying off the half-hour trigger and the hourly trigger, right? Look at this. They're coming in the 15 buying. The half-hour is marching up. The hourly is marching up right now to send us where? Up, right? We got a bunch of stuff we know now. Let's go to an hour, stay on this hour really quick. Let's look over here. We don't care about that anymore, right? We're going to move that one up here. Let's take a look now over here. Hey, look at that. 606.81. Interesting. Whoop, there's one right there. There's a doozy, right? 609. You guys want a pinstrike? You guys want to see how we get pinstrikes around here? Cap calls it right to the pinstrike. There's your next target right there. What do we have over here? And we got another one right there. Look at that. Color me shocked. Got another one right there. All kinds of traffic right there. All kinds of traffic right there, right? Make that one yellow. Make that one yellow. Make that one yellow. We're in business. We are in business, aren't we? We broke through all this stuff. That's good to see. We're looking for pullbacks. And what is our next target? If we think we're going to fail 610, what are our next two targets? Next target, 606.81. Target after that, 609.35. We also are going to posit what? That we will fail this above here and need to pull back, right? To where? Well, the hourly trigger is sitting on 600. So we could posit two things. Upside targets right now, as long as we hold Poop Island and the hourly trigger, is 606.81 and 609.21. 60681, 60921. 60681, 60921. All-time highs right here. Going to take some work to break over this, isn't there? Probably going to need what? The hourly trigger to be up there. Probably need the daily trigger. Probably need a back test too, right? Of the daily trigger would be nice. We also know that we've got some time windows, don't we? We know for a fact that we probably have a supportive environment into probably Friday at 6 p.m. or 4 p.m. right there. Right? We also have a bunch of shit coming out next week, don't we? We've got on Wednesday, we've got Vixpiration. That's the 18th. 9 a.m. right there. We also have FOMC on the 18th at 2 p.m. right there. So we could probably posit a few things here. Make that yellow for Vixpiration. Make that red for FOMC. There's all-time highs. We are still in the summer trade. Check it out. We got something to work with here now, don't we? We know where support is right here. We know where the hourly trigger is right here. We know where the hourly is and the daily is down below. We know where support is. We got Friday up here, and we got two targets here and here, right? So let's do this one right here, PT1. And we'll talk about mechanics in just a minute. We're going to get into the nuts and bolts of this in a moment. How the market becomes just like it did in the quarter end of Q1 and then Q2 month one, right? And we know we have a window, and to a lesser extent, it begins to weaken as we have a window to go up here before things get kind of hairy, don't they? Or there's a window that opens up over here, right? That's all we know, right? We don't have any tea leaves. We're not furrows. We're not saying, hey, we're going to go here. Hey, we're going to go to all-time highs today. We don't care about that. Forget all that. None of that matters. The only thing that matters to you is you're like a Marine. On any pullback to the hourly trigger that holds, that gets a new high, you've got targets to the upside. You kind of know that if we trade up here, just by looking at gamma, right? If we start to trade this 610, you would expect, if market conditions, sentiment, there's no bad news, you're in a window, that people will begin to what? They were selling you 6,100. They're getting panicky. They're going to doom you, right? Oh, it's going to be bad, bro. It's going to be bad. We don't want you to trade to 6,100. I want those things to expire worthless. Right? They don't want this. We know that. We know they don't want this into quarter end. Whatever options they're selling you likely expire when? on a weekly basis on Friday. They don't want these in the money on Friday. They don't mind if they go up here on Friday. They don't mind if they go up here on Monday either. People that sold weeklies, 6,100. And then we've got Vixpiration and quarter end over here, don't we? So you got quarter end way over here, right? Whoop. Think about the seller. I mean, you don't want to think about the seller. That seller does not want to see price anywhere up here, here, or here. They'll do anything. Anything. Now, they don't care if we pop our heads up as long as they go down. They don't care if we pop our heads up and go down, but they don't want you to have an option in the money at expiry. And they also have to roll their positions for the next quarter. And we've got DivX, which brings in hedge funds that want to capture DivX, don't they? We got a bunch of stuff going on, don't we? We have a mechanics of a trade working itself out right now. You're going to begin to think to yourself, hey, the market pushed us here, and this is what the market wants. This is our range. And they're going to take any attempt they can to smash us through. Look at that daily trigger. Shocker. That daily trigger coming in. So I want you to think from like a dealer's perspective. I want you to think from other participants. What are they trying to do? Well, they want to sell you 6,100. They definitely don't want to sell you 62 or so. Well, they want to sell you 62 or 63, but they don't want us going above. A seller doesn't want us going above 6,100. And what they'd really like to do is have you roll your positions higher. Right? Oh boy, we're up here 61, bro. Woo! I'm going to roll my position to 62. So now I can start to get out, unwind my own position, sell you 62, 6,300. And then dealers, once you're done buying, they're going to send you down here, right? Or at least attempt to, and burn all those 62s and 63s and make you buy more of them. Meanwhile, people own SPOOs and SPX, and they're like, futures, and like, yeah, this is never printing. Even if it is going to print, it's not going to print till later. Then a seller of options would like nothing more than to go down, right? So then I want you to begin to think about other participants in the markets and what they feed you. I'm going to make a YouTube video saying we're going to crash and I'm going to sell 62 and 6,300 or 6,100. I'm going to run a story on Bloomberg about doom and gloom. I'm gonna fucking sell my home and my book on CNBC. Meanwhile, I'm gonna bitch about all the poors being on benefits while I go on CNBC and I fucking sell my book, begging to make me my money. Do you get to do that as a poor person? Do you get to go on CNBC and beg for money? That's what rich people do. They tell you to pick up your bootstraps, right? Tighten up your belt and get a job. But then they get to go on CNBC and push their book on you. Don't whine and moan that you need more money on Reddit. Now I'm going to go on CNBC and whine and moan and say I need to make some money. And you consume all that shit. Did you hear? There's doom coming. I don't know. I'm afraid. Meanwhile, that asshole's making money off you. Your job as a retailer is to take their money. Slip your hand in their pocket and take just a little bit. Stop consuming garbage. Stop pushing their book. So, we got a plan now, don't we? We got a target of 609.35, 606.81. We know they don't want no one. They're selling you. You look at the net gamma on the market here. I'll show it to you. I'll show you what the smartest guys in the room are doing. Right here. That's 6,100. See that big old white bar right there? They sold you these calls. They don't want them to fucking print. And they want these to expire on this Friday and end of quarter worthless. They want to then roll their position into 6,150 and 6,200. They want you to buy these and these, and you've already been doing that, haven't you? You're a sucker. That's how they view you. So we can make some posits here, right? They do not want us to print this. And that's what they've been telling you, isn't it? What have they told you the last 3 weeks? What have they told you on FinTwit? Crash, 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 crash. Right? Now we're trading 605. So what can we posit here? We've got a small window. We've got till Friday. We failed to hit 606.81. We made an attempt today, this morning. Whoop. We know a few things. We had a high here. We know that the markets does not want us going higher than 609.35. It is possible we could do it in after hours, but not stay in the money during cash market. It's possible we could hit it on Friday over the weekend when they don't pay you options. Dealers like, woo, I don't have to pay any options. Option sellers, woo, that's okay. Let them do it on the weekend. We'll just bring it right back down on Monday morning. We satisfied it, but didn't pay anybody. Dealers are happy. Option sellers are happy. And you get fucked, right? Pullbacks. 594.16, 594.46. 594, 595, somewhere in here. Between now and Friday, 595. Well, Cap, that's underneath the hourly trigger. Yeah, it is. maybe we get a little bit of volatility. Now, if we don't, what are we going to do? We're going to look to buy the hourly trigger, and we have our two targets. We've got OPEX, we've got Vixpiration. This is what we're going to say here. Target from 601.94 into Friday. Right there. Let's do, we got 606.81, 606.79. And we're going to do one more posit right here. 609.24. We broke below, consolidate, head higher to 606.81, break down, consolidate, and trade 609.35. Will we break above this into Vixpiration? High chance of no. And even if we did, high chance that this weekly does not print. You know, like it closes in the money the last week of June on a Friday. We are going to be looking for a peak higher, though, aren't we? Whenever, if, do we fail it? Do we break above it and consolidate and go down just like that over there? That's our next step. We want to see some key levels hold. We know the trade is alive above the what? Thursday low. Told you that the trade started last Thursday. Thursday low is what? 591.49, right? If we begin to lose this trade here, we're then going to be looking for what? The daily trigger. That's 584.41. This likely becomes, check it out, 590. Into Vixpiration. We want to see 590 hold into Vixpiration. We want to see it hold. Not good enough either doing this shit. We can slip through it. As long as we don't make a new low, we're good to go. Check mark. We also have a monthly check back over here. Check that out. 574, 572. Oh, hold on here. We could theoretically do what? This is the 30th. This is Friday, right here. Up 3rd, 4th. Says Monday the 7th. We could, in theory, fail all this, go all the way down here, boom, right, or maybe, hold on a second, do this right here. Bam, right down, right? Where's Vixpiration? Over here. Bam. We could even fuck around down here and just consolidate, right? There's your daily trigger. Break back above it. So now you got 584, 585. There's a lot of different outcomes, isn't there? We don't break down below the daily trigger here. Maybe we slip down back up, we're off and running. As long as price does not make a new low on the daily trigger. Remember the excessive Tesla drop? Whoop. And then it sucked right back up again. That's good to go. I would need to see a break of the daily trigger and a new low. break of the daily trigger, new low. Trade is dead. Summer's over. Pack your shit. We're going into Bear Town, into the fall. 580 or 565 needs to hold, believe it or not. Yeah, that's where it is. 565 needs to hold. You could theoretically go down here for a brief moment. Here's the monthly check back here. We're coming into a quarterly expo. 575 worst case scenario. I would really personally like to see 590 hold. I would not like to see price even go below. I would like this to maintain it. If you begin to see any price action like this into the end of month or the first week of July, I'm going to tell you right now, 590, 593, 595 holds, we're going to move into the trade we're going to discuss today. If that holds between now and the first week of July, we're going to fucking super ramp into the end of July and possibly even August. How high can we go, Cap? You want to know? Here's the prior high. Let's be modest. Good year is what, 20% on S&P, right? Whoop. Let's go conservative. If we're going to do window treatment at the end of the year, if we're still in a bull run, if we're still above the monthly trigger, if we get window treatment end of year, holiday rally. If they don't want to print the holiday rally until what? All those options are dead, we'll extend it out maybe to February of 2026. Let's do an average of 20% on the year. Let's look back right now in January. Here's January right here. What would be an average target on 20%? Here's Jan 1 right here. Whoop. This is average, right? 720. I bet you nobody's expecting that, huh? Do I think we hit that upside range? I don't know. I don't know. Am I going to shoot for 720? Fuck no. I'm going to shoot lower. And if we overshoot, all the better. We got prior high right here, 611.03. We got a target for the summer trade right here. That's 642.13. Anybody expecting the summer to go to 642.13? Probably not. Do I? Fuck no. But it's there. We also know that before we get to 42, we've got 40 and 30. So let's rein it in a little bit more. How about 630? We got some outlook now, don't we? We're looking for all-time high for the summer trade with a possible extension to trade 628.50. If we begin to go into a squeeze environment, hopefully Tom Lee's watching and Dan Ives is watching right now. I'll make a posit to you right now. I'll break out the crystal ball. If we do not lose the daily trigger between now and the first week of July, price target by end of July, early August, 628.50. If we lose the daily trigger within the next 3 weeks, starting on Monday, that would be losing 595, 590. Bull runs over, trade sideways, consolidate to begin the roll down into September and October. You'll see it. It'll look just like this. Daily trigger will come up. Price would blast down. And we would start trading this range right here. And then we start making our way down. If we're in here, we'll look for highs to grab. And we'll switch to what? Bear. We'll get our bear on. What we're not going to do is start calling tops, though, are we? We got a nice range to trade here right now. We need more information, don't we? Where am I looking to buy a dip? Say it to me. The half an hour trigger, Cappy. I love buying the hourly trigger, Cappy. Until it fails, I put stops underneath it. Where can we get some excess? On Wix, Cappy. What does David AMS tell you? The wicks do the damage and the candle tells the story. Okay. We also know times of the market where traders come in and start buying, right? 12 o'clock. We know 10, 10:30. We know we super ramp or super sell between 12 and 1:30, right? Got a bunch of information now, don't we? There's 12 o'clock. There's 11:30. There's 11 a.m. Here's 10:30. Did you read the story that I posted in the Discord to say, hey, read this article? Bamone, did you read it? What can we tell about this morning? Sellers showed up at 10:30 and they started to sell, right? Wham! They're trying to do it again right now, right? Wham! They got a window, don't they? 12 o'clock, right? They better get this shit down into 12, right? Because they know what's going to happen between what? 12. They know that someone's going to show up in here, right? If you were a seller right now, your window ends when possibly or potentially? 12 p.m. There is going to likely, we're on a high on an open. We know that what? Professionals hate buying the open, right, on an up day. Look at this closely here. What do I tell you all the time? Pros are like, fuck you on an up day. Whoop. All right? They're going to wait, aren't they? Bought this up here. Sellers said, fuck you, no. Get it down lower for me. So I can long this shit, right? We got a low back here. You know they're over here waiting, right? You can even put it down here if you want it, but let's go right here. They bought it here at 9:30, up. Buy it again over here, 12, 1 o'clock. Hold on one second here, guys. Sorry, my phone is going crazy. We got 12:30 over here. We got 1 o'clock over here. We got 1:30 over here. We know a few things here too, don't we? If we're able to get above, back test, get the 1 minute trigger, we're off and running. Until then, we look for more down until we come into a part of the day that's most supportive, either here or here. If you're a bull, what are you doing right now? Nothing. You're waiting for the trade to come to you. And you're looking for windows of opportunity to get long. If the market holds up here, you'll look for that trade again, right? Bam, 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 we're going up. Woohoo! If not, you're patient. You're just chilling. Looking to get long again. Look at that beautiful trade up there. Gorgeous. I told you this morning on Twitter we're going to make a return to the scene of the crime up here, and then we'll try to get new highs. Where is that target? We got one right here. Right there. That's Friday. We failed at this moment to hit this prior high here. Right? So even right now, we could theoretically say, well, if I can buy this, and we didn't hit that right there, and we did get the new high right there, probably try to get up here, right? Maybe back down here and work our way over to 606.81. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move into the trade that I was talking to you about. We're going to talk like we're smart. Does it matter if I explain this to you like we're smart? I'll use big words and numbers. No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter to you. If you have rules and tools, if you have self-discipline, if you're not emotional, if you're patient, if you're not committed, well, Cap, I can be a bear and I can be a bull. If you manage risk right, I'm going to put the trade on here or here. If we begin to violate that trade, I will what? Lick my wounds and move on. Cap, I also know that if this is where I think bottom is, gets violated, they might try to take my stops, but they make a new low. I know it's going to bounce back up briefly, about 80% of the time. I'll lick my wounds and try again. Now you've got a plan. If this, then that. And just think, All of a sudden, you're a fucking rock star. All of a sudden, you're calling tops and bottoms. All of a sudden, you're doing it with accuracy. All of a sudden, people can begin to trust you. You're not just out there on fucking YouTube or on fucking FinTwit. That's the top. We're going to zero. That's the bottom. We're going up. Oopsie, I was wrong again. Fuck it, we'll just keep doing it. I get subs from it. I sell newspapers, bro. Or, well, I'm selling options there, so I'm definitely going to be bearish here and bullish there. I'm selling puts. I'm selling calls. I got my book and my ohm. And these dumbass retailers don't know the difference. But that's not true anymore, is it? There are some actual smart retailers out there, aren't there? And they talk to each other, don't they? And they beg you to be a smart retailer, don't they? They complain right now about us, don't they? These goddamn retailers aren't taking the bait. They won't be the fucking bag holders, so we got to go higher right now until they do. You know, what did the GS say a week or two ago? We're very afraid of retail right now. They're about 25% of the market. If they can ever get their fucking act together and talk to each other and agree on anything, what are they going to do? They'll bankrupt us. It's our fucking market. We cannot have that. Max AstroTurf. Have them hate each other on FinTwit too, by the way. That's what I would want. I'd want you all as retailers to hate each other. Burn that guy down over there. He's got 100,000 followers. He's got 500,000 followers. Need retail bag holders. Did you take that TEM trade? Oh, God, TEM. How's that TEM trade treating you right now? I just posted something in Discord. Fucking Lutnick's like, we're gonna milk this fucking Gyna every day. So what's a bull doing right now? What should a bull be doing? Die, spy, die, 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 right? Die, 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 die. So I can buy cheap calls. Imagine that. I'm a permabull and I'm like, die, 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 die. Why is he so bearish? That motherfucker wants to buy cheap calls. Don't trust him. Tem. What are you doing, Tem? TEM. Always before, never after. Do that healthcare. XLV, someone in the Discord yesterday was calling out home builders and healthcare. Cranking right now, too, by the way. My throat. That's right, Sneaky CDN. $45 forever didn't get booted out of Discord. I don't think 45. If he did, it was by mistake. I think did he change his moniker? I didn't boot 45 out of Discord. I wouldn't do that. Hold on a second here. I'll check. Could just be a mistake. Like something that's not, we didn't do this intentionally. I don't know anything about that. 45 forever? No idea. I love that guy. He's awesome. I'm friends with him. Yeah, why are people saying 45? Yeah, I love 45 forever. I got friends that are MAGA. I got friends that are Democrats. I got there's no yeah, I got nothing against I haven't seen anything. I don't think anybody's kicked out 45 forever. Guy's fucking awesome. It's possible that there could be Discord or Discord's tied in with our website, so it's possible that there's something going on with the website. That's it. If you ever get kicked, I'll tell you. I'll come talk to you, or Joe will come talk to you. I would come. I would never There's no I don't really. I want you to know I don't hate anybody. Ever. And if I ever have an issue or something, I'll say something to you. Hey, I got an issue or something like that. Yeah, he just might be asleep. He might have his membership might have hold on here. His membership might have expired and he's sleeping right now. He wakes back up, he's like, "Oh, I'm not in the membership anymore." You guys are always paranoid. You got to remember, it's summer too. People take breaks. Yeah, he changes his name and his icon too. Yeah, I know he's here. Yeah, I'll say a few things here. I should say a few things. You know how if you've ever been in management or in a corporate environment or in human resources or a parent or a teacher or anything like that, and you interact with a lot of different people have their own lives going on, and you tend to know more than everyone that's in the group. Now, I don't know anything about 45 right now, but my point here is this. Everyone has their own lives going on. So, like, some guy will be like, hey, my dad died. I'll be back in a month or two. Sometimes people come to me and say, hey, I'm not doing well. Recently, I had a guy with 2 children. This is a real story. I'm not going to tell you who, but the guy was like, I've had a rough go of it in my life. Coming in, this was during Christmas, I think. He was like, I can't afford life right now. I've got children. So I can't be here anymore. I actually gave him a free year membership. I was like, hey, you know what? Thanks for coming to me. Some people are like, I'm going on vacation. Some people are like, I got a new job. I got 2 jobs. Everybody has their own lives. Some people pay month to month. Some people want in for when they're trading and not in when they aren't trading. So there's like everyone's got their own things going on. So if you ever see somebody that's not there, it's not automatically like, oh, he banned that guy, or that guy hates Cap, or Cap hates him, or anything like that. Yeah, things happen. Like, people have their own lives. Like, they have, bad shit, good shit happens to everybody. So just as a note on like a top line view, if you ever like see somebody not there, it's not like Cap kicked him out or doesn't like him. And I'm not that person in real life. I'm very easygoing. I'm not like that. I know you guys see that everywhere on social media. Like, people are like, fuck those people and fuck these people. I'm not like that. I live a pretty easy life. I got a wife, kids, everybody else, whatever your lives are. Pretty easygoing guy. What else? Well, they're here. John Haggerty's more than likely here. If all John has to do is, I talk to John every couple of weeks. Like, John Haggerty, I talk to him every couple of weeks on the phone. Like, you guys know, like, most of these people I know in real life. I think John, the only reason why he doesn't chat here on YouTube is because I had to turn on members only. It wasn't because of John. So we turned on members only on YouTube and Twitch because we were getting trolled. We have too many people watching the show. And then people get emotional. So I have friends here that are streamers, and they're like, hey, at certain points you got to stop doing this or stop doing that. And I'm like, why? They're like, because people get emotional. Like, somebody will be on, let's say they don't know who I am. They'll get on Reddit, and I don't know, they'll make a bunch of money, or they'll lose a bunch of money. And first thing they do is they'll go to YouTube and type in, their favorite ticker, GME. And I'm the guy that does streaming for GME. So they'll like go into the GME stream, and the comments are open, and they're just like blasting in there. Fuck GME, or I love GME. Meanwhile, the people that are here every day, day in, day out, the chat gets like a disaster, becomes unmanageable at some point. So we're at that point. We're at that point where we need a clean chat. Now, John H. is not a problem in that chat. It's the trolls and the chat bots and the Russian shit and the Chinese shit. And it's people that we don't know, right? So if John H., if you're watching, give me a shout, or I'll call you. Or if you want a membership so that you can chat somewhere, just let me know, man. Done. So it's not John H. This isn't like, I'm not going after anybody. It's just for a better experience. Dude, what's up, time clock? So you guys are like, die, spy, die, die, die. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Come on down. A little bit more. Come on down. Come on down. Yeah, Super Gal just said relax, recharge, refresh, touching grass, summertime. So yeah, I don't want you to think, if you guys ever think like if any of you out there have ever been banned. Like, this is how we do things around here. Normally, I'll speak to you, or I'll speak to you or contact you, DM you, or I'll time you out for a day or 3 days. I've been timed out. I've been timed out. I got banned from Reddit recently twice for 7 days. Twice. They said that I was making threatening. I was posting threats. They weren't threats, but Reddit was like, you need a timeout. Of course, initially I get mad. And then like a week or two passes, and I'm like, yeah, all right, cool. I'll go back to Reddit again and start blasting on Reddit again. You know, we're all human. But I don't do that intentionally to anybody. So if I ever did, I'll try to talk to you or something. Everybody likes to have a break. Yeah. None of that goes on. I don't do any of that shit. People that know me privately know that I don't hold any grudges or I don't get angry at people. I'm like, you know, fuck that person, fuck this person. I don't do that shit. Life is good. Look at Condor. Condor's like, die spy, die, baby. 'Yeah, there's no drama with 45 or anybody else either. There's no like, I got his phone number. I'll call him. I'm not going to tell you guys whatever's going on. He's probably fucking sleeping. He like comes back later and he's like, what's going on? 45 was not bothered by Trump haters. He's a big boy. Oh, yeah. He's a smart guy, too. Him and I talk all the time. We actually talk politics nicely with each other. Like, you'd be surprised how close people really are. You guys know what bread and circus means? Look up bread and circus. Like, you need to like hate each other. Like, the more you hate each other, the better off the power elite are. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's true. They literally want you to hate each other. Yeah. We're all here to make money. It's all that matters. All right, so we're in like, what time are we in now? It's 12 o'clock now. We're looking to see if we can get a turn higher. Do we see any evidence of a turn higher? Just say no cap. How about we mark this wick right here and see? There's a few things we can look at right now. We got this bar right here, right? We got this wick right here. Let's watch this wick. We don't want to see a new low, right? We're not buying calls here, are we? Watch that closely. Check it out. I just didn't get annihilated just then. We have the hourly trigger right here. New low on SPY. Yeah, the entire newswire is bread and circus. Like my a friend of mine, I'm not going to say his name, but a friend here, you guys all know him. He was like, I had to turn it all off. He said he turned it off like a week or two ago. He's like, the last 2 weeks have been awesome. He's like, I'm out touching grass. He's like, I'm not thinking about all the fucking crazy. He's like, I'm enjoying the summer. I'm like, good. I'm like, stay off of that fucking crack, man. Like, we all get sucked into it. I do. I think everybody does. We got another one right here. I can't blame you for getting off socials and stuff like that. I really can't. I'd like to see a little bit more down here. Personally, I'd like to see a little bit more down. We went lower than the low from 1030. I'd like to see a little bit more if possible. I don't know if we can get it, but this might be the bottom right here. We're pretty close, so we'll find out. We're within a shooting distance here, finding out if this is the bottom. If this is the bottom, you want to be looking for this high right here. That high right there. And we'll start considering a trade higher. Show it to you right now. You'd want to see this high go higher than the 1 minute trigger, right? Then you want to see the new high and this prior high right here. Would really like to see it up here though. And then this 1 minute trigger right here, we'll start to consider taking a long. Go that way. %. Well, there's some other considerations here too, right? Let's scale out a little bit. Let's look at what our expectations are, right? We have an expectation of trading 605.64 and 606.74. So if that's the target, try to get the best price that we can, right? We can get a little bit more down over here, 600, 601. On SPX, be kind of nice to get a little bit lower. See this on SPX? I personally would like to see us go a little bit lower, like right here. Somewhere in there. I'm cheap. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. Check 1, 2. Okay, now we're going to go into the meat and potatoes of this trade. No new high. Way is lower. Just a minute here, guys. Okay, I think we're good now.
It's confirmation from a U.S. defense official now. Trump administration is reviewing AUKUS defense agreement with Australia and Britain. S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 extend drop to session lows.
Okay, so here's the next segment. Read. Ain't nobody got time for that. Okay. So I just posted for you a PDF inside of the Discord that I want you to read. I know. I'm too lazy to read. Now, this is for all of you that are very smart, I guess. We can't read. We're going to read this together. This is some excerpts. I know. I'll give you guys a chance to read this. I'm going to read it to you here. This is some excerpts from a note from Nomura and Charlie McElligott. We're going to do the same thing that we did here again. Get rid of that one now, right? Get rid of that one now. Don't need that. We'll bring the same thing down here. Whoop, just like that. We'll watch that closely. We have not bought a dip yet, right? This is an excerpt from Nomura's Charlie McElligott. He's a great fucking trader. I like this guy. I know people like to give him shit sometimes. People also say that he sells ohm and stuff like that. A couple months ago, he talked about a spot up, vol up trade. He didn't believe in he believed in the trade and then didn't believe in the trade, and now he believes in the trade again. He doesn't believe in it being a vol up, just spot up type trade. And I want to talk. And if you remember, past couple days, CTAs are sellers in all scenarios. That's not completely true. I'm going to read this to you. The Trump caller is both and this is from BBG. So the Trump caller, this is condensed from BBG. The Trump caller has both simultaneously contributed to the recent compression in realized vol and buku at the money vol supply. And yet, as Nomura cross-asset strategist Charlie McElligott notes, it is also building the risk for wingier outcomes within equities. So if you remember what I showed you earlier in this stream, wingier, right? Wingier. When you look at the unwind that didn't happen in March 31st, when we blasted down to the depths of hell, that's wingier. Okay? Risk for wingier outcomes within equities, as the assumptions of the caller therein create lazy conditioning with regard to, quote, Trump selling upside call, Trump activating downside put, which can then get stopped through with a modification in the expected or anticipated behavior. Basically the taco trade, right? So if you get a downside move from Trump, or if you get a downside move in the markets, right? You expect it to hit here and you get more down, right? Expect it to hit here, more down. Same on the upside, right? We had that happen during Nvidia's ER, right? Matter of fact, the market panicked, right? You had literally had banks scrambling to talk the market down overnight. Right? In this case, potential for taco on the way up, i.e., yesterday's Trump gives U.S. negotiators room to life export controls on China. As McElligott has been saying for a while now, however, there's already been a greater risk of a right tail equities move at the junction. He hasn't been saying that completely. I watch everything he says. He's given a couple different outcomes, which is fine. But he did say a spot up vol up type trade. We did blow some of that vol off, so it kind of receded into the background for a moment or two. But as McElligott has been saying for a while now, however, there's already been a greater risk of a right tail equities move at this juncture because nobody owned it. That's great. Nobody owned it. What does he mean by that? Everyone's looking for the next leg down, right? Instead of looking at where do we start to get the next leg down. So they're jumping too far and ahead in time, right? How many times do I tell you guys in the show, I'll say things to you like, hey, We're in this major correction trade, almost like a depression trade. But if you talk to a bear, they want it to happen all today. Right? Or sell side, right? They want the big down move. They got it. 30%. But if you speak to any bear, what do they want? Another 30% by summer. Right? You have to also think about this in terms of the people, the financiers, the politicians, the CEOs that want these things to happen, but it takes time. And they're not going to do it all at once. They actually started, Wolf Richter came out and said, I was like, I think this shit started during COVID. And Wolf was like, nope, it was earlier than that. And we already knew kind of this, right? We talked about this too. Like, no modern president has rescinded any tariff on China. None, no matter what party they are. We've had modifications, but no modern president has. So these plans were already in the works to change our economy. Then we also have the self-realization. The fourth turning became big, right? Everyone's talking about the fourth turning, write the book, everybody's discussing it, everybody's talking about it. People start to have self-fulfilling prophecy. Right? Well, this happened at the turn of the century. Right? Big wars too, and this and that. We also have the rise of what? Tech, with the rise of AI, robotics. People use the same playbook. They look back on the 2 industrial revolutions that we had. Did you know that we had 2? We had 2. Big changes happened, right? This stuff takes time. You also want to position yourself for the right outcomes. You need time to negotiate, time to give people time, their own time to make these changes. And you like lever and let off and lever and let off and lever and then we'll let off, right? As a matter of fact, what fell yesterday? Steel fell yesterday, right? I was reading some commentary on steel falling yesterday, and my face was blown off. There were people that were like, "Oh, look, Trump caved. Oh, look, it's the taco trade." I'm like, no, it isn't. You can see it clear as day. We want to secure minerals, materials, inputs closer to home. We want to source steel from our partners. When we did NAFTA and later USMCA, why did we do those things? We gave preferential treatment to our closest allies. Right? Here in Mexico, we want you to do manufacturing. Check back in later, and what do you find out? Is Mexico doing the manufacturing? No. You got China fucking doing the manufacturing in Mexico. You got China taking over ports. You got China with their fucking hands in everything. So you have to go back and talk to your partners, right? In Europe, in Canada, in Central America, in South America, in Australia, in Japan, and South Korea, Taiwan, right? Say, hey, we know that the U.S. kind of sucks. We're not always the best. But who do you want to run the seas, the sky? China's making a move. Do you want us or do you want them? That's the reality. That is the reality. You have IP theft, right? We went to China for cheap manufacturing. The thesis and promise from these guys amongst each other is we're heading into a new age. And they're going to go there whether you want to or not. And the U.S. is not willingly going to give up their hegemony. I'm sorry. Whether you want it or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is that that's where they're moving towards. And the U.S. and their partners are going to get dragged there kicking or screaming whether you like it or not. Now, you can bitch and moan and protest and whatever you want, and it might not be done right, or it might not be done the way you want it done. Maybe like, why are we doing this publicly? Why do we have this guy doing this? And then that guy does it nicely, and this guy does it horribly. I don't know. Maybe different presidents for getting different things done. But traders, Wall Street, the street, sentiment is, well, we're breaking everything down. We're destroying it all. I can see clearly now that we're going to change our economy. I want the 30% moved down, and I want the other 30% moved down by summertime of 2025. It's not how it happens, is it? As a matter of fact, you can go back in time and look at some history. You have examples.
EU proposes sanctioning 2 small China banks for Russia trade.
Voice news disconnected.
If you go back to 1928, 1929, you can even go farther back. Turn of the century, 1918, World War I, World War II. What mistakes were made, what things were done right. What compacts were made. Did you know that Churchill was on his knees begging for help? He was going to fold to Germany. We didn't make a deal with England right out the gate. As a matter of fact, the U.S. did not get involved in World War II right away, did we? We were the assholes. Now, whether the U.S. wins or doesn't, I don't know. I don't know where the economic change, the outcome is. You don't, and I don't. But they're making a bid for it. Miguel Agad makes the same point here. Everyone's looking tunnel vision and not realizing that it takes time for all of this to work out. Now, we may not get into like a Great Depression. We may not have a World War III. It's like a car race around a track. There's a big pile up in front of us. There's smoke, fire, crashed out cars. If we slow down, we can maybe make it through the middle of it. Eye of the needle and miss the crash. But we see it there. Some people are looking at the pile up and going, oh, fuck, we're going to hit it. And some people are saying, well, they're going to slow it down. We should try to make it through the middle. We might not make it. But it might not be in the time frame and what you see ahead that's right now at this moment. So we don't know the outcomes. We don't know if we go to a hot war with China. We don't know if it's a cold war. We don't know if it's a proxy war. We don't know if it's just a trade war that escalates and ladders up. We don't know if we're able to unpry ourselves over time and make it through and not have any of that happen. We don't know if ultimately China's going to be like, hey, we capitulate. We don't know. And there's some of you out there that want it to happen right away, right? Break it all. Smash it all to pieces right now. Let's go to World War III. That may not happen. It's not going to be in your timeline. And even though you've got this tunnel vision, the market does not, nor the economy, nor the business cycle, nor the policy cycle, nor the negotiations, nor moving all this stuff. If you go and look on Wolf Richter's site, he will show you that we have a huge curve on building factories since COVID in the U.S. Like vertical. We have a new machinery chart that goes vertical right now, too, and it's not done. So not only are they building factories in the U.S., but they're building machinery to manufacture in the U.S. It is real in their eyes that manufacturing will return to our partners. It is real that we will build manufacturing. We will bring back our partners and ourselves and do it here. Why? Because we don't need, in their eyes, cheap labor. Eventually, we will have robots doing it. That's what they believe. I don't know if they're successful or not. They think also that if they change this economy, that there's risk and danger of war of some kind. And I agree with that. There is danger. But it's not all going to happen today. So now the right tail thread, the needle macro econ outcome holds real delta in a market position for macro bear, what I just talked to you about, is instead seeing breadth increasing within 2% of all-time highs of SPX. As previously unloved parts of the market are now too rallying. If you look back, as a matter of fact, in this article and in Nomura's note, they're like, we're going to get the next crash in late summer, August. Shit, you could push that shit out into January, February of 26. You could push that out in 27. Might not even happen this summer. Economic conditions might hold up. It might not even be a crash this summer in August. Will conditions deteriorate over time? High probability. Is it on your timeline? Probably not. And something else to ponder. Notionally speaking, and by order of magnitudes, the single most consequential flow from the Trump trade policy shocks is the perverse dynamic where said corporate uncertainty, perceived as this spending and investment downside catalyst, has instead led to an equities bullish flow via, quote, massive share repurchase authorizations, end quote, which absolutely tilts flow with demand greater than supply. Demand greater than supply. We've sold as much as we can, there's demand. Literally shrink the float versus latent passive VWAP bid, while simultaneously acting as a realized vol killer, with buybacks tending to be most active in pullbacks, weakness, and acting as shock absorbers or synthetic long gamma when spot tries to sell off. And where's price? At all-time highs. We're actually at a place where we're getting supply. So ready? We got people long coming up into supply. We have more demand than supply. And then we're getting to a level where if we get a little bit higher, you turn all of that supply into buyers chasing. There are two of the times that happened, 2019 and 2020. And we went fucking vertical. As a matter of fact, we had the shock in 2018, and then we continued higher, if you remember. And then we started flattening out, and everyone was expecting at some point a recession heading into COVID. So now here we are, and we've rallied up into that location where dealers are actually short index calls from recent right-tail hedgers in equities. So dealers below 6,000 want to sell here. CTAs, sellers in all scenarios, all highs. But if we start going higher, if we hold the daily trigger, and if the windows to sell down pass, there's a possibility of a squeeze. And that call skew I've been noting in Mag 7 AI options, but also the catch-up spots like high beta Russell, IWM, and Bitcoin. So we have underexposure in IWM, small caps, spec growth. We have everyone macro positioned doom in what is underweight. AI, Mag 7, whole market breadth. And if there was anywhere you could look where it's the worst, where is it? Small caps. They're going to be damaged the worst by this big macro bear. Market ends, cycle ends. We are underweight all that shit. This short upside gamma for dealers could then act as an accelerant flow which pushes the market higher, feeding prevailing momentum. And this, of course, comes on top of the synthetic negative gamma from the leveraged ETF rebalancing flows on the upside move, with Ohm back at 99.5% or 0.5% percentile, which means current daily rebalance ranks per 1% move are equally profound at 99.7% percentile and printing absolute heaters to buy in this rally. Heaters. I'm looking at you, Tem. And for what it's worth, with 3 million in our vol still sticky, higher in a different world at 31.2, we simply need more time to pass for the big shock days of April to roll out of sample into the target vol space. But that time is coming eventually. And somewhere out between 1 and 2 months. If we continue this greater or less than 50 BPS daily change environment, there is buku equities to buy coming from vol control in the ballpark of between 62 billion at 1 month and 177 billion at month 2. Now, what did I tell you earlier this morning? I said you got a window. You got a fucking window the last 2 weeks of June. You got a window in the first week of July on a back test of the daily trigger. If that fails, none of this comes true. But if that shit doesn't fail, if it holds, if the buy the dippers are there, if the buybacks are there, if the underweight equities and the heaters and upside capture, we haven't done 20% this year. And if price stays higher, there's a chance of a fucking major ass vertical squeeze. The next window is when? Seasonality. After this window for these 2 or 3 weeks, there's one more window, right? When is that? Normally, it's about middle of July, end of July, and it lasts into normally what? September, October. Broad theme of the recent marketing tour is that the vast majority of entities remain, listen closely, remain psychologically embedded in the macro bear camp. Hence the theme of the note above on under positioning equals under capturing the equities rally, as most instead ask, when crash? Have you been hearing that everywhere? I have. I hear it on FinTwit. I hear it on the fucking news everywhere. I hear it fucking everywhere. YouTube. Crash, 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 crash. Dollar. Yields. Unwinds. Consumer doom. Oh shit, the hard data really isn't that bad. Ruh-roh. Market beginning to turn up now. Have a high right here. Beginning to turn to the upside. Now, Nomura's McElligott made a good point. He goes on to say, but as I always like to remind, in order to have the conditions for crash, when crash, you first need excess length, positioning, leverage accumulation. So you can sell until no one else is there to buy, right? And then you lift their heads up and they're buying now. And then you sell into them while they're buying. Elements of, quote, speculative froth to develop in high beta and high vol market segments. Speculative froth. We don't have that yet. 3. Do you guys think we're going to, do you fucking guys think right now that we're going to fucking, let's go over here and look. Do you think we're going to 630 or 642? Any of you out there? Fuck no. Is there anybody on FinTwit saying we're going to do that? Is the majority? Is your biggest fucking bear saying, oh God, we're going to 640? Are the newspapers saying it? Is everybody out there saying we're in a new bull market? We're going to 640, bro. Like now. We're going to 720 end of the year. Everybody buy. Are we even at the ascent of them doing that buying right now? No. And only then do you get the steep skew, where due to said, quote, extreme positioning and in high beta speculative sectors and assets, end users then need to hedge their downside risk. Bro, I'm rich as fuck. What are you doing? Well, I'm hedging. What do you mean you're hedging? Well, how are you doing? I'm rich as fuck too, bro. How about you? I'm hella fucking rich. I own this and that and this and that. I own all these shit stonks that are going to stay fucking awesome forever. What are you doing now? I'm hedging, man. If we go up $3, we're going to make a shit ton of money. If we go down, those cheap ass puts are going to print. And only then do you get steep skew, where due to set extreme positioning in a high risk or high beta speculative sectors and assets, end users then need to hedge their downside risk, which in turn means that dealers would be in a short gamma, short vega position in a spot sell-off, which creates accelerant flow to the downside. Typically from there, the dealer accelerant flows then knock into systematic deleveraging from vol scalers as additional sources of synthetic negative gamma in the marketplace. So, to the we crash crowd, we simply aren't there yet. Hence, up first, then down. Likely as we do then ultimately see by mid-September that the labor is indeed cooling off and layoffs start to pick up. Why are they saying September? Because they're basically drawing a fucking line on the unemployment rate. That's what they're doing. You can put the unemployment rate on TradingView and just draw a line, and it looks like right around September it should start to deteriorate. Now, it can improve. Fed could step in. Bessent could do some shit. We don't know yet. But they're thinking, hey, September. Start seeing some bad news again. You need that next spot, right? You got everybody long. You get everybody hedging. You get some really bad news. Start making a soup. So To the when crash crowd, we simply aren't there yet. Hence, up first, then down. Likely as we do, then ultimately see by mid-September that labor is indeed cooling, in layoffs start to pick up. This is where the persistent, quote, U.S. economic miracle led by consumers' ability to digest headwind after headwind finally then cracks, and they can no longer absorb the pricing pressures which corporations have previously been successful in passing through cost and EPS. Previously had been successful in passing through cost and growing EPS. This is where they can't do that anymore. We got a new high here. That's good to see. We're going to be looking to get some cranking going on here. Remember, we've got to like 130. What else can you think about right now? We're kind of going slow to the upside, aren't we? We're not in trend day right now, are we? Let's look at something here. We're kind of going slow, right? Bottom. That's pretty good. Bottom, this all looks good. We got bat wings growing over here, right? But we're kind of stalling, aren't we? Bat wing here. Thesis would be we got a bat wing growing over here. Right? Bat wing. But we're kind of lose some fuel here, aren't we? We need to get a move on. Beautiful summer trade. Love it. Fucking slow ass market. We're not on trend right now, are we? You can still take a long here. You just have to put stops underneath it. Try to buy this right here. We also know that we're coming into the half hour. So if we can get a little bit more downside right here, and then go higher. I don't like how slow we're moving right now, I'll be honest with you. At that point where labor finally succumbs, the jig is up, and we'll all get our VAR event just like last August, August 2nd and 5th, when we thought for the first time that labor finally did indeed break. So as the completely unrelated in the macro sense SPX analog, but similar in V-shaped recovery dynamic, this has been floated around the desk from my colleague Anthony Antonucci from late 2018 into the start of 2019. Powell's long way from neutral in Fed balance sheet unwind on autopilot into the full throttle capitulation of the Powell pivot in the start of January 19th, flanked in public by Janet Yellen and Ben Bernanke. If you look at that that paper, that white paper I just gave to you in the Discord, scroll all the way down to this SPX analog for February 26, 2019 to current. If you look at the red line on the left, he's stating that that's where we are. I think we're a little bit higher. But what I want to show you is something important here. So you could probably guess that we're right about here, right? See right here? And this is important. If the daily trigger holds, as we come into all-time highs, you should see a pullback in here, and it would hold on the daily trigger. If it does, we fucking moon. This would be August, September, and then look what else we have. more support into end of year before the doom. This could be February or December. Note, though, that where do we crash to? That's probably what? 64, isn't it? We'll know what the collar is too, won't we? Next week or two. So his posit is, if we hold this here, we're going to moon. Maybe not that high. And even when we crash into the fall, the worst you could expect would be the weekly trigger. That's 590. You might even catch a wick down to 570 or 65. But even then, you're going to go higher into the end of the year. So meanwhile, while you're looking for the crash now, you got all this to play out. If we do these things coming into this prior high, right? Go up here, back test, hold, up here, right? So that daily trigger is key. Key. Not only is it key, but you don't have to think too much about R vol and realized vol and skew. You don't have to think about any of that stuff. You don't have to call next crash early. You don't need to call it later. You just need to watch price on the daily trigger. If we lose the daily trigger, this whole thesis, you can burn it to the ground. But until then, that thesis is real. Miguel goes on to say, they're already squeezing. Miguel goes on to say, I hypothetically see today as a ragingly finger in the air, zero date. Ragingly finger in the air. Zero date of the start of this trade. And greater than 50 days as sometime into early August. So if it's early August, you would look for mid-July, late July as a consolidation that turns into distribution in August. Into September or possibly even October. Where the projected drawdown would begin. And just think, if they bring it all back, you never got below 70 or 90. So even if you're positioned for it now, you're never going to get paid. They're going to fuck your hedge. With all of that event risk between now and then and all of the VIX upside seasonality and the awful liquidity of peak summer, remember, we're entering the season of volatility. And if we're going up in the season of volatility, what does that turn into? Spot up and vol up. And time for the labor data to continue cooling into something more ominous between now and then. SPOO's cranking higher now, trading 603.98. Your next theoretical target is 605.67 to close the gap higher. Well, you got two targets. You got a target here at the prior high. You got a target right here. We want to see a beat of that one right there. Targeting 604.87, 605.07, 605.64. So that's the layout and thesis for the squeeze into summer. You can trade that or the failure of that with the daily trigger. Easy. You don't need anything else. That's it. That's all you need. Daily trigger. You hold the daily trigger from now in the next 3 weeks, the windows close, we start rocketing to the upside. We break below it and make new lows. We're done with that trade. We'll look lower into fall. On the steel stock, where I talked about steel earlier, if ultimately the idea behind this economic change is that we make deals with our partners, look out for also aluminum deals being made. You haven't seen that in the news, have you? Steel deals being made with our partners, and then aluminum deals made with our partners. Keep an eye on steel, or not steel, because they already made the down move in steel, but aluminum would be next. Next thing that I want to talk to you is about SNAP benefits. The House Republican reconciliation bill currently at the Senate would, if passed and signed by President Trump, reduce federal spending on the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program by $300 billion through 2034. Did you know that statistics are easily manipulated? So you might have a greater percentage of people on SNAP benefits, but the real number of people that are on SNAP benefits is higher than those groups. Does that make sense to you? Goldman Sachs retail desk found that SNAP dependency across major retail chains is very alarming and clear, with Dollar General and Dollar Tree most exposed if SNAP reductions are seen. SNAP linked exposure to 70 plus, or SNAP linked exposure to sub $70,000 income households hits 5.2% at Dollar General and 3.5% at Dollar Tree, compared to just 0.4% at Sprouts, or even Walmart isn't safe with a 3% exposure to SNAP. Quote, based on household income profiles and average county exposures, we found that Dollar General and Dollar Tree have the highest exposure to SNAP consumers relative to other companies. with BJ and SFM having the smallest exposure. Goldman analysts led by Kate McShane wrote in a note on Tuesday. McShane noted that many of these SNAP-dependent stores are located where? In red states. Shocker, huh? Put all your politics aside for a minute. If the SNAP federal funding is cut, it would be up to the state's discretion to determine how much funding they will provide to make up for the shortfall, the analyst said. How many of you live in Republican states? Like deep red states? You tell me, is your state trying to keep you on benefits? I'm going to go with no. There are more Dollar Trees and Dollar Generals located in impoverished Republican states. If that SNAP cut remains in effect, you may want to consider putting a long-term put on Dollar General and Dollar Tree, DGDLTR. I think I posted DT earlier today, but I meant to do DTLR. Now, those two stocks right now don't look good to short or put puts on, but there are places to look to put them on. And it looks like some of this has already been front run. If you take a look at Dollar General at home, they just squeezed, right? And they look bullish as fuck, don't they? Just snap a nice descending line. There's a gap above 120. There's one more gap at 172 and 190. There's a big old hole up at 190 that needs closed. Set an alert at home on Dollar General. If Dollar General can trade $190, and it matches up to when the bill comes out with cuts to SNAP, think about putting a short on that ticker. Snap a line with an alert. If it bings right around when that bill gets passed, start to consider a short. If the bill passes and we're trading 120, do it there. Make sure that the SNAP cuts and benefit cuts are still inside of the bill. On Dollar Tree, it would be roughly around $140. Roughly around 140. You could start getting interest at about 138 or so. A failure of 138.50 would be beautiful. Be a nice, nice, nice trade. For all you bears out there. Crazy, right? If it doesn't materialize, it doesn't, but set the alerts. Put it on your charts at home. Right? Captain Jim James told me if SNAP benefits are included, start selling on those two retailers. Dollar General, Dollar Tree. This is the House Republican Reconciliation Bill. You could even set a Google alert to your email address, to your phone, House Reconciliation Bill. Start seeing news come out, see that it passed. You can even type in House Reconciliation Bill, snap. So we talked about the squeeze, talked about where we are, talked about snap. Let's talk about some news. Note that at 2 p.m., we get the monthly budget statement. Tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m., we get the PPI month over month. We also get claims, continuing claims, jobless claims, all the other PPIs. Big news tomorrow in the morning at 8. Big news today at 2 p.m. On Friday, we get Michigan consumer sentiment. SPX consolidating on 6050 currently. Net gamma for today, one date strikes 6050. We are currently trading 6050. There is a possibility that we just trade sideways from here. See that right there? They could begin to burn options at some point right where we are. Two-date volume. 6050 is the main strike. We have lesser strikes at 6060, 6070, and even less at 6080 and 6100. I'm going to read some news to you now. From this morning, Trump posts from 30 minutes ago regarding trade deal with China. Quote, our deal with China is done, subject to final approval with President Xi and me. Full magnets and any necessary rare earths will be supplied up front by China. Likewise, we will provide China what was agreed to, including Chinese students using our colleges and universities, which has always been good with me. We are getting a total of 55% tariffs. China is getting 10%. Relationship is excellent. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I read somewhere on FinTwit this morning, I think it was, I'm not going to name his name because I think people were shitting on him or something this week, but he said, how can we survive, or how can the markets stay afloat with 55% tariffs? You got to remember that the inputs on a product are not completely tariffed at 55%. You also have to remember that some people or some companies, either the producer or the company, will eat some of those tariffs. So if I make beer, right, and there's a tariff on the can, but not the beer, it's not my full. What does the can cost me? 13 cents? 20 cents a can? 30 cents a can. Part of that price of that can is printing the package, right? Can of beer. All right, let's start at the beginning. I got a cardboard box, right? I put the cans of beer in there, put the liquid in. I got to paint the can. So it's not 55% on beer, is it? I make the beer here in the U.S., right? I'm going to seek out producers for inputs cheaper elsewhere. I'm going to lie to you as the consumer and just try to pass it along, right? Sorry, bro. 55%. You might initially absorb that, especially if you're well off, which you have been. You were like a 10 out of 10 coming into this year. You're now down to like a 7 or a 6 out of 10. So you'll probably eat some more of those costs, but not all of them. Meanwhile, other companies will pop up, right? And try to compete with that beer producer at a cheaper cost. They're not as lazy as that beer maker that has big market share. That's how we get rotation in companies, right? Howard Johnson's out of fashion. Holiday Inn's out of fashion. Kmart's out of fashion. McDonald's is out of fashion. New burger joint pops up. Walmart pops up. HQ, Home Depot pop up. Home Depot does it better and cheaper. So they survive, right? So it's not 55% on everything. They'll try to pass that on to you. You may accept it to a certain point, but you will at some point say, what? Fuck you, I ain't paying it. I hate inflation. I'm not going to go to McDonald's anymore, man. I'm going to go to Culver's. Oh, you know what? Culver's raised their prices to fuck me now? Okay, I'm going to eat burgers at home. Oh, now Culver's is cheaper? I'll go back to Culver's. You as the consumer, do that. That's why inflation is thesis-wise thought to be not persistent. Trump per Truth Social, quote, adding to the China readouts, President Xi and I are going to work closely together to open up China to American trade. This would be a great win for both countries. Trump goes on to say, CPI just came out. Great numbers. Fed should lower 1 full point. Would pay much less interest on debt coming due. So important. For my tax bills, right? My debt ceiling, my deficit. A little earlier, VP Vance tweeted this. The president has been saying this for a while, but it's even more clear. The refusal by the Fed to cut rates is a monetary malpractice. Bloomberg billionaire investor Paul Tudor Jones said President Trump is likely to appoint a, quote, uber dovish Federal Reserve chair to accommodate his growth agenda, adding he thinks U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent would be his likely pick when Jerome Powell's term ends. Bessent says he believes China will uphold agreements made in Geneva and London, and that China should not be allowed to export its way back to prosperity. Says some business owners are holding back on CapEx until the tax bill passes. Yesterday, one of our members brought up, which I failed to talk to you about weeks ago, it's my fault, that XLV and also the index for new home builds has been cranking. Also noteworthy, hedge funds have been long that shit for like weeks now. Goldman says that healthcare XLV is up 1.6 since Tuesday. Prime brokerage data shows that long-short ratios remain quite depressed on a 5-year look-back, and thinks the sector can continue to bounce based on that alone, though with the caveat that it's unlikely to be led by the stocks you really want to own. The question is now, according to GS, if that bounce sustains long enough to draw new money back into the space. Lutnick pulling up the rear with Bessent saying that China tariff levels won't change from here. China said that a fentanyl halt is not on the table. Lutnick expects multiple trade deals to start being finalized next week. That means we have more window, don't we? Possibly into Monday or even Wednesday. Imagine if we go into expiration in OPEX on good news and volatility. Imagine if price is higher between now and then. He notes that while the U.S. is in good shape with many countries, this is not sufficient for U.S. interests. He describes Europe as, quote, more than thorny in trade negotiations, and says Europe will likely be among the last to finalize trade deals with the U.S. Maybe that's a source of negative volatility. A note here that the EU trade deadline is July 9th, the day when the big boys get back from vacation. July 9th. Bessent goes on to say the U.S. is the only major 10-year bond that has lower yields today than it had at the start of the year. If prices go up because of tariffs, it will be a one-time increase. I just spoke to you about that. Is it persistent or not? You'll hear the Fed talk about that too. Once the trade deals come in, we'll take a hit. The Fed should be there to cut rates. If not at this meeting, at the next meeting. You should hear some softening from Jerome's talking as these deals start to materialize. I want you to know that Bessent and Jerome have breakfast every week. You know, those two guys, they get together and he says, hey, we got some deals, they'll be done. You're going to see a hit to inflation. Be ready to cut. Meanwhile, in public, we're going to bitch and moan that you should cut now, but we know you're not going to do it until the next meeting. We have a meeting on June 18th. Then we have two meetings, July 29th and 30th, and September 16th and 17th. PCE is showing that we should start to get some hot reads that'll grow likely in July and September. July, August, September. All this kind of lines up with McGilligot's spot up, vol up, doesn't it? start to see more softening tone at this meeting. We like the progress. We expect inflation not to be sticky or persistent. Look for that word. If we see that it is persistent, we're willing to act on it. So you come into like August, September, inflation starts spiking a little bit, PCEs coming in hot, trade deals being worked out around the world. All of a sudden, you get a little snort of cocaine. We got a September 16th, 17th meeting. We've got an October 28th, 29th meeting. If you're going to be looking for a bottom in the market for the fall, winter, holiday trade, I would be looking for it right after those meetings. That's the end of September or end of October. You get some dovishness from the Fed, just a little injection of opium. And all of a sudden, we're off and moving up to the right to the end of the year into December or February. Bessent goes on to say that he expects the debt limit will be reached middle to late summer. We want a deficit ratio under 4% by the end of Trump's term. Moving away from Bessent for a minute, Wall Street Journal says that J.D. Vance and Susie Wiles pushed Elon Musk to repair his relationship with President Trump. In a call last Friday, the vice president and the White House chief of staff urged Musk to put an end to the feud. J.D. Vance went on to say that he did not want to split his time on the weekends with a mom and dad who would prefer them to be home together. Trading higher now, trying to reach up and touch to a pinstrike, 604.87. Going back to Bessent, when asked whether Musk was right or wrong, Bessent says you'll have to ask Mr. Musk. In other news with Bessent, he says that in response to a question about failing to pass the tax bill, that it could set off a financial crisis, the likes of which we have not seen since 2008. That also falls in line with McGilligot. So if the daily trigger fails, if that's the high, right, we would naturally want to go back down and retest the market lows from April and likely trade even further down to the depths of hell, right? So if you're that bear, you're like, hey, I want the crash, baby. I want the second jackknife leg down. You want to see the daily trigger fail and then the big crash, right? And that's where we would get what? The trade to what? Below the monthly trigger, right? We go deep, don't we? 4,800. You got plenty of time for that, don't you? Let's look at that for a minute. So if you're out here trying to call tops, this is S&P 500. Here's the prior low. 481, right? Let's look at something else here. I want you to look at this with me. Do you see all this? I want you to think about your friendly neighborhood top collar. Honestly, I want you to think about this. Instead of calling the top, it's too easy to wait. You get the failure here. I mean, just look at that. Do you really need this? No. Do you really even need to mess with this? You could trade it inside. You could trade that. You could trade that. But where's the juice? Right there. Like what do you need? Do you really need to be calling this? No. You just need to see this happen, right? Johnny on the spot, right? Ooh. Remember, at 2 p.m., we have news. Looks like we're hedging for it right now. We've got the monthly budget statement coming up. So Bessent saying, in response to a question about failing to pass the tax bill, that it could set up a financial crisis the likes we have not seen since 2008. Note that on July 9th, we have a deadline for the EU tariff negotiations, and July 4th would be the earliest we could expect the tax bill to be voted upon. Both of those dates somewhat fall within the window of weakness. If we were going to look for a back test on the daily trigger, When would it start? And where would we look to short to get to the daily trigger? If we were going to hedge, we would look to take a hedge on the markets, likely where? A failure of 6100 maybe? Shake your head up and down. We start to put a hedge in the market around 6100 or near it. We have a target of the daily trigger. We have scheduled volatility with the EU and the tax bill of roughly around the first week of July. Are we getting crazy bared up? No. So what day is today? Today is June 11th. Remember when we put the trade on for this melt up? Over the next 2 days into Friday, we're going to begin discussing in the Discord how to hedge that volatility. We're not going to go short. We're not max, crazy town. But we're going to look for a trade from 609 on SPY, 608. And we'll look to trade down from that 608 to what? 595, rein it in a little bit. 610, 595, if you can capture down to 590. Or leave it open-ended below if the EU trade deal falls apart. Tax bill starts to fall apart. So we have unrealized volatility, then realized volatility. Unrealized capture volatility. We got a window of it coming up in the next 3 weeks. Last 2 weeks and the week of July. We have some natural resistance at 6,100. If the market can roll down to realize that volatility, probably put a hedge on, right? If the market continues to squeeze higher, we're in what? Cheap calls, aren't we? Every day. Cheap calls, cheap calls, cheap calls, cheap calls. We keep grinding up. We trade it up every day. We can even put call spreads on, can't we? On a weekly basis, we can find the hourly trigger. Cheap call spread. We can also know to hedge, and we're trading right now 604.31. And then earlier today we traded 606, right? Look at that. 606.40. We're expecting a window right now into possibly Tuesday or Wednesday over the weekend, Friday. We can get more high and possibly put a hedge on the market. We have some other dates included too, don't we? We got VIX-piration on the 18th. We got OPEX on the 20th. We got the Fed meeting on the 18th. We got EU volatility. We've got tax bill volatility. We got the contract roll on the, not contract, excuse me. We've got the collar roll on the 30th, end of month. We know that that's all bearish. We know also that those participants, those institutions will try to prop the market up during that roll, but also that the effects of that roll sometimes hit us. Days after, right? Market stays propped up, squeezes up into the end of the 30th. Come back the first week of July and start realizing some of that negativity, right? Down for a few days. We're in a holiday. Wall Street's gone, right? short week. We also have Juneteenth, don't we? Watch this weakness before this news comes out here. Monthly budget statement at 2. So if you're watching this show right now, start thinking about a hedge. If you're in the Discord, start thinking about a hedge. Start talking with people about a hedge. Find your bear inside of our Discord. Here, I'll ask the question now. Gene, did you put a calendar spread on? Well, luckily, Vol Wiz said that he would come back and spend some time with us before OPEX, before Vixpiration, before DivX, and he would talk about hedging these events. I'll give him a call today. You did a vertical? Right on. We'll try to get Vol Wiz in the Discord. Nice. I like how hemmed in it is. It is absolute gold, isn't it? We'll ask him here right now. And I'll call him today after a market closes. He may be busy. He released a newsletter today. I'm not going to read it to you. But he did release a new newsletter, I believe, just a few minutes ago. He released it at 9:30, so he might be taking a break right now. He does have a kick-ass letter that came out this morning. He did say that he would join us before next week, so I'll give him a shout tonight and see if he can hit us up inside the Discord, and we'll talk about putting on the next trade. We're literally going to hold your hand this year. We're going to hold your fucking hand into the end of this year. Every goddamn member is going to be green by end of year, except for your own degeneracy. Agreed. We're going to trade the rest of this whole year together. We've been doing it now all year long. Like, this whole year has been focused on, like, we fucking called the roll in February. I mean, we've done this, like, but by the time you're done with us this year, there should be no reason why you're not green end of the year. Unless you're a degenerate like me. I've got the news on waiting for news here in the next 10 minutes. And the best part is you get to learn something. Hopefully make enough money that we can do have you buy the market at some point and start selling options. Unleash the fucking theta gang on you at some point. Hopefully next year.
Minutes time now. At the top of the hour, we see the release of the US federal budget balance. This data for the month of May. The forecast is minus 314 billion on the prior 258 billion.
Are they giving us another dip buy down here? I'm thinking about putting on a call spread for Friday. Today's Wednesday. We only got 2 more days left.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump.
I love this ad.
It's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not
Build.
big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
So terrible. Today is the 11th. Next Wednesday is the 18th. June 18th. SPY. No. June 18th. What do I want here? Where are we at? 603. Let's see what we got here. 610. If we can trade above to 6, no, I don't want a credit spread then. Nope. How about just a simple fucking bull call spread? Synthetic long, man. Where are we at right now? 595C. $607C. Yeah, the profit's only $400 from here. It's like a 595C, 607C for June 18th. Costs 764 and change. Only pays 437. But all I gotta do to hit max profit is hit 607. So I could bring this up a little bit. Well, that's better. So a June 18th debit call spread, basic shit.
Treasury
It's not that good of a
Bessent says
trade.
There are possible tariff relief for countries benefiting fairly.
598C, 608C. Between now and Wednesday, all we have to hit for max profit is 608. Costs $569, pays $430. It's for the new option traders. Yeah, it's simple. Nothing complicated. We have a lot of we have a lot of traders that trade like they own calls and puts. I shit you not. I can't believe how much of the market actually does that shit, but if you're just a degenerate, for your consideration, if you open a bull call spread and a low, right now we're trading 603.24, but if you open to 598C, 608C, bull call spread, just a debit call spread, your max or the cost is roughly $574. The max profit is $426. All you have to do is hit 608 between now and next Wednesday. We already hit 606. You'd be in profit for $277, no, $230 if we just returned to the scene of the crime between now, scene of the crime being the high this morning. If you didn't want that trade and you're like, well, Cap, I think it's too risky, you could also be looking for just a hedge on a high, or even right now. You could actually probably build a hedge out even from here for the next few weeks early. No worries, Fish Dog. I got you, brother. No, I started with a put. I started with a bull put spread, and then I was like, I didn't like. Hold on here. I didn't like the fact that I needed to get higher in the market to get to print. Well, if you can find a low, I wouldn't look at this pricing specifically, and the strikes could change depending on where we are. If you can find a market low today or tomorrow, don't use this exact setup here, but if we can get a nice low on the hourly trigger, another good place too would be yeah, I mean it's tough right now. You're gonna get a daily right now it's at 594, but I don't know if we can get down there today. Maybe. I'd like to open some kind of call spread down. Like my preference would be we trade 595. I just don't know that we can get down there. $600 would be another nice place somewhere right in here. So not that exact spread. It's all your risk that like what is your thesis here? Can we get to 608 between now and Wednesday is the bigger question. June 18th. We'll try to capture between now and then. We got some vol tomorrow on Thursday at PPI. would be a nice place and a nice inflection point. We got claims tomorrow at 8:30.
U.S. federal budget balance for May.
So start considering a trade if you wanted to between now and like 8:30 or 9:30 tomorrow morning, maybe. We got some vol right now at 2 p.m. We got right now we get some volatility, and tomorrow morning at 8:30 we get some volatility. Michigan consumer sentiments at 10 a.m. on Friday. You're not trying to hold to that date. You're trying to put some extra time on it so you can get to print like this Friday or Monday. You don't want to be long that shit on the 18th or whatever.
10 seconds.
Forget they were closed. Don't worry about it. You're trying to get out like this Friday.
316 billion minus 316 billion, lower than forecast, minus 314 billion. US May budget outlays are a record high for that.
There are contracts for the 18th. There are contracts for the 18th. You're not trying to hold this shit into the 18th, even if we're closed. You're holding it to capture like Friday or Monday prints on dead options on Friday.
And doesn't mean that policy.
You guys understand this? Like,
I don't see
talked about this earlier today.
The ECB has the tools to react. Says the Trump administration's chaos weighs on global growth. Villeroy calls for agile pragmatism depending on the data.
Option sellers do not want 610 to print until when? After the week is dead or the quarter is dead, right? Or at the last possible minute, like Friday close, right? So if we figure some 6100 is going to die on this Friday, you would expect like a late Friday print or a Monday print, right? Maybe not at 610, but like 608, close to it. Does that make any sense? Probably not. No, I expect them to murder the fucking chain until Friday. And then I expect the ramp like into Friday or Monday.
Well, it's me again.
Here, let me mute this. We're try to keep. We're gonna try to make this not rocket. Dude, turn that off. All right, that was cute the first couple times. $10. We're at $1. We all think we're bleeding right now. If everybody's buying a bunch of calls for $10, right? That's the target. $10. And this is the date. Dealers will initially follow you on the trade. The moment that dealers stop following, or you guys stop buying $10 calls, dealers will delta hedge your ass, right? And they literally don't want those $10 to pay. And then you got to go out there and start convincing other fuckers that it's going to $10 so other people buy it, right? So it goes up a little bit. Other people buy it. All of a sudden, they're like killing that option, right? Into the expiry. Last possible minute, the dealers will, once that option is dead, they no longer have to hedge that. They'll let it slam up into $10 either right before or thereafter. Does that make sense? Does any of that make sense in a simple? I've just tried to make it as simple as possible. Does that make any sense? They might even get close to it here, and then not until afterwards they hit it. So if you're like trying to buy it down here, right? You do a spread and you have an expiry over here. You have windows to get it to print, right? So if that's your target, you rein in your expectation, and then you put more time on it, price and time, right? Doom on the 2 p.m. monthly budget statement. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Exactly. So what does this teach you? If you're going to open that spread, you're looking for volatility, right? So if you're looking for events, you're looking at 2 p.m. today, PPI tomorrow in the morning. You got PPI at 8:30, claims at 8:30 in the morning. If you can catch downside into any of these events to put that trade on, you don't have to worry about it, Glock Max. You get another opportunity in the morning, brother. U.S. Navy has placed its base in Bahrain on high alert. Dependents are being authorized for evacuation. God, that sucks, Lord Campbellang. Is 45 back? Fuck yeah, brother. 45 forever is back right now. Fucking goat. What up, brother? Nice job, Nick. Was 45 forever all scared about hitting 6,100 today? Getting fucking rolled out of fucking 6,100? We missed you, bro. The whole community was freaking out. Yeah, 100%, Nick. Yeah, we could buy calls. You can buy calls here. I wouldn't do calls. I do call spreads. You get an opportunity today and tomorrow. You get an opportunity now, and you get an opportunity. Yeah. You see that shit, 45? They're fucking, like, it's scary right now, right? I was trying to explain that in the stream earlier. Fucking, like roll, like 6,100, 6,200, 6,300. That's why I went over the spot up vol up trade this morning, 45, was because the danger, right, to Theta Gang. Let's be honest. Hey, I got something for you, 45. Make sure you read that today, my man. If you're Theta Gang, you should fucking read that shit. I mean, it's good if you're like selling puts and shit, but if you're trying to capture the market, if you're trying to like capture a sideways trade where we might be leaving it after the first week of July, up or down, violence either up or down, brother. God damn it. We know somebody here that's stationed in Bahrain right now. We have a community member that's stationed in Bahrain. Well, he comes back and forth. I don't know. Is he in Africa right now? I can't tell if he's in Africa or if he's in Bahrain or in Kuwait. There are a lot of dependents in Kuwait right now too, and people are getting their veteran status over there too right now. I've got some like friends or fringe friends that have been over there. Strongest comeback in 75 years. Yeah, platinum is looking sexy right now too. So I want you to think about two things right now, okay? The summation of or three things right now. The summation of this whole entire day is threefold, right? The first fold would be what? Or maybe 4 or 5 fold. Let's top line this entire day we talked about today. So top line would be this. We're likely looking for some kind of a hedge between now and Wednesday. Today and Wednesday, you're looking to put on a hedge on a high. Right? If you don't think that you need a hedge, disregard everything I said. Another thing you could be looking for between now and Wednesday is some kind of a dip to buy. If you're not believing in that, don't disregard. If you're looking for an opportunity to buy a dip, you have one at 2 p.m. today and potentially one at 8:30 on Thursday morning. You also have a ramp potential on Friday if Michigan consumer sentiment improves. That would be your positive volatility ramp up, 10 a.m. on Friday. Between now and Friday, we're also going to get into a few trades. I mentioned these earlier, but I didn't discuss them. I've discussed them with you in the past streams, but we're going to talk more in depth about them right now. First one is going to be what? A Vixpiration trade, OpEx trade, an unwind into end of month. We're also going to be looking for a DivX trade, right? Now, sometimes these trades present themselves, sometimes they don't. Sometimes these trades can unwind or not unwind when you want them to. And we're also going to be looking at some trades for, do we hold the daily trigger into the next 3 weeks? But we're going to talk about those in the next few days, and we'll try to make them more concise. You're going to get a brief, and you're going to get Vol Wiz talking to you about a DivX trade. Specifically, the DivX trade sometimes presents itself, sometimes it doesn't. We know when to look for it, though, the day to look for it, and we know what the market should look like that day. As a matter of fact, the market will look like it's bullish, and people with spreads will attempt to sell or close wings of their collar, and the market will dive into the close, and then it'll super ramp up into the bell. Then you'll have the DivX payout overnight, and then they'll dump the shares back on the market the following day. Now, we'll look for that setup. If it presents itself, we'll take that trade. It's a banger. It prints huge to the downside, and then right at 3:30 in the afternoon, we ramp up into the bell. It's awesome. Even if you just buy SPY and then collect the dividend and then sell it, it's a fucking killer trade. And then we've got, of course, the Vixpiration trade. If we can get some unwinding to the downside, down to that daily trigger, and then also into the end of the quarter. And then we've got another trade, too. The other trade is on the 30th of June. So if you're looking to go on vacation for the 4th of July and fund it, we have these events that we can make a lot of money. One of the last ones is the end of the quarter trade. So what normally happens is you'll get rolling of the collar, and you'll see the market like initially dip in the morning. Normally, you'll see it initially dip. And what you'll have happen is those flows, those negative flows will come in, but the people that are placing them will also throw 0-date calls on the market. And at some point in the morning or afternoon, as the gamma wears off from those 0 dates expiring, the market will fucking ramp into the bell, and we'll get a fat fucking print. Fat. And then you can also put a put spread on for 4th of July week to the downside. And once all that negative, those negative collars and hedging flows are on, we'll usually dip for at least a few days the following week, 2 or 3 days. So we got some great trades coming up for you guys. Over the next 2-3 days, you'll start seeing how we lay those out, what to look for to execute those trades. And then what we'll do is we'll walk you through them on the show. What are you guys all panicking? We're on 600 right now. Are you guys part of the panicking party? Motherfucking panicking party. Bunch of panicins around here. Vic's finally waking up a little bit here. Good. I hope it does. Every time I can get that Vix moving, it makes more uppies. Dude, you guys don't understand that listen closely. We're in a fucking trend right now. Like, this market is so wound up right now, you're not getting the crash. I'm promising you. This market is fucking wound. It is literally already, and it's been on already, like cruise control. It's why we're here right now. This market is so fucking wound up, it's not even funny. Oh, you did? Good job, good job. This market is fucking super wound. You could literally have like World War III break out today, and this fucking market would stay pinned. Like literally. This market is on fucking cruise control. If you can work within the mechanics of it, it's good money. We got the hourly here. Here's the daily down here. This would be fucking killer. If I can get 595, it'd be fucking stoked. I don't think I'm going to get it, though. Oh, yes. Ooh, I might have to buy that. I might have to buy this. 18th. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Where are we at right now? That's bullshit too. I'm trying to build a spread right now. Yeah, I'm looking at that stuff right now. I saw that earlier, 45. Hold on here. Hang tight here, guys. That's the source of the reporting from Bloomberg right there. I mean, should I call my family and find out? I can do that. I can call family and find out. I got family in the military. Well, I'm not going to say what they do. I can find out. I can call my brother. Well, if they're evacuating families and stuff, it doesn't happen that fast. I know for sure that people have their I mean, I know for sure that like fucking like non-coms have family there. So I guess I'm wondering, like, you can't really evacuate these people that fast. It would take like 72 hours to evacuate. So that's still, I would say that it would still take 72 hours, maybe longer. Let me check something really quick. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like, they got some jumbo liners they can pull people out on. Give me a second. I'll make a phone call and find out. I'll find out here. It's just be a few minutes. You like the oil trade right now? I don't like it till like August. I think there's a pump here right now, but I don't like the full on oil trade till August, July August. But I like it right now. Ooh, AC condenser had a slow leak. Yeah, we got more vol tomorrow. 45. We got PPI at 8:30 in the morning. Not PPI. Shit. Hold on. I said PPI, but no. I misspoke. Yeah, no, we got PPI. We got PPI. We got claims. Not only that, the daily is at 595. Way down here. 594.16. At 100%, dude. I'm gonna find out right now. I just put out a call, or I had my wife call my family. We'll find out. We're still holding on 600 though. 6,000 still holding. The buy is at 595 though. Let me check right now. 5920 and 6,000 of the buy spots. Here, I'll tell you. I'm posted it inside the Discord. I just looked for a call spread here. They were too expensive. Still too pricey for my blood. Not well for the payout. The risk versus payout kind of is shit. in retail gets another easy win. Oh god, hold on a second here, guys. I gotta do one quick thing here. Just check some here too. No, we're still ramping. We're still fucking ramping on the hourly. Matter of fact, we're on trend right now, too. No trade for me yet. Call spread's too expensive. I want to buy here so bad right now. Oh. I might add right here. I might just get fucking calls. I was going to get spreads, but today's date here, 13th. We got some time, dude. It's only Wednesday. $607s are 83 cents, 82 cents. Those are fucking cheap too. Fucking hate doing 3-day calls though because they fucking murder them the whole goddamn way. Might as well just do goddamn 0 dates. Fucking market. I mean, I love this market, but I hate it. We're gonna know right here. We're gonna find out right here. We're gonna find out if we're gonna find out right here if we're legging it down. If we're gonna leg it down into tomorrow, it's gonna be right here. We'll know right in here. So far, this just looks like a small correction. You can see it right here. 1, 2, 3. If we fail this, we'll get the 5 down there to 95 and then be done. Don't know yet. Jesus Christ. God. You know what you made me think of there, 45? Oh my God, dude. Jesus Christ, you brought back memories. I got stationed in I was stationed at well, I was in the army. I was bouncing between like Pusan and Humphreys, Camp Humphreys, Pusan, and Osan. And I arrived in fucking South Korea. And my squad, I was my squad leader. Well, I wasn't actually. This is a way more complicated story than that. I was an aide de camp. Well, basically, I was a driver. I wasn't an actual aide de camp. It's a long fucking story. I was combat arms, and then I went back. I tried to rejoin the army. They weren't taking prior service. I fucking lied. Got back in the army. Then I went back down to like S12 to get my fucking paperwork. And I was in combat arms, and then I went colorblind, and so I had to go to the fucking reserves. And when I finally got my paperwork done, I had combat arms experience. So I reclassed as a driver. and became a driver because I had the combat arms prior history. I was able to apply for a slot to be a driver instead of like an 88 mic driver driving around like any kind of wheeled vehicle. I wound up being a driver for a 2-star general. I never worked. Like this fucking guy would be like all over Southeast Asia and then back at Fort Lewis, back in LA and Santa Monica. And I was stationed out of Santa Monica, California. So I was in Korea, and I would never work. Like, guy was never there. Like, driving around, sit in a room, war planning, all that kind of stuff, golf and all that kind of shit. Basically, like force protection soldier. Take him here and there, make sure everything is cool, make sure he's got fucking beer and coffee, right? Literal gopher. Best job I ever had, though. Also, you could do, like, you know how you have, like, if any of you guys are ex-military, you could go to any fucking school you wanted. Like, they had so many slots available. Like, if you wanted to do Pathfinder, fucking Air Assault, Airborne, you name it. Anything obscure you could do. This is like a U.S. Army Command thing, and, like, they would have so many slots, and fucking everybody had all these stupid fucking tabs, but no goddamn combat experience, right? It was the best job you could ever have. It was like a fucking unicorn job. Like, I got lucked out. I was stationed in like the best place you could be stationed. I was living in Santa Monica on the beach. I was like 6 blocks away from the actual ocean. It was a great goddamn job, right? So I get to fucking Korea. I don't think I've ever told this story. Yeah, I want to buy here, but there's no trade for me here. There's no spread. There's no call spread here for me. The only way that I would go long here too would be a new high above this and a back test. Actually, above that and a back test. Somewhere in there, I'd get long. No trade for me here right now. I got 0. We can look for other trades though. I'll look for some trades right now. Let me just finish this fucking story. It's fucking crazy. So I get to fucking Korea, right? And I'm not like, so I get to Korea and I'm not doing shit. So I start volunteering, which helped me. I'm gonna tell you something about volunteering in the military. Some volunteering is bullshit. But if you volunteer doing the right stuff with the right people, and you kick ass, and you're better than all those fucking people volunteering, you like take charge and you lead and all that shit, they remember that shit. Officers remember that shit, right? So I get to fucking Korea. I'm in the Korea. I got nothing better to do, so I'm like bouncing between these bases. I'm stationed at Osan Air Force Base because of the command shit, right, with the Air Force and stuff. So I'm not in the fucking dirt and the fucking dust and all that shit. But I have to go there here and there and take the squad around. And I started taking on some more responsibility. And my lieutenant was like, make sure these fucking private fucking cum dumpsters and fucking specs don't fucking fuck up in town. I want you to take care of them. I'm like, okay. So I go into town my first time in Seoul. No, not Seoul. Osan. It was in Osan. So I get off base, right? They give you like security checks and shit. And Korea's like famous for going on lockdown all the goddamn time. So they're at war still, basically. And you get like you pass through the gate and you go out in like this main street or whatever. And I get into town with these fucking guys. And dude, I gotta tell you, like, I was never that guy in the army. Like, I was never the guy that like I knew a lot of guys that would like go on deployments and they would cheat. It was rampant. I was never that guy. Like, a lot of these guys were either like, I don't know, they were either like married to people that, I don't know why they did it. I always like had hot girlfriends, never had a problem meeting women, shit like that. So a lot of these guys had those problems. So for some fucking reason, these fucking guys would always be trying to get laid, married, non-married, I don't know, what does it matter, in trouble and shit. So they knew that I wasn't like that, right? So they were like, you're going to, I want you to make sure these motherfuckers get in any trouble. These fucking guys would get in trouble, right? Do stupid shit, fucking all kinds of problems. So I got to go off base with these fucking guys and babysit. I go to my first fucking strip club and I'm thinking it's going to be like Koreans, like Koreans dancing and nude and shit. So this 45 Forever just said something about these European women. So I go to my first fucking strip club off base and I fucking walk in. They got these girls called Juicy Girls. I don't know if you've never heard of Juicy Girl. Juicy Girls, they have a mama-san will be inside the brothel. Basically a fucking brothel is what it is. It's like they got dancers and they got rooms in the back or up the stairs or whatever. And there's like I swear to God, how I recall that my first time in one of those places, it was like an old mama-san with like a cut off fucking finger. I shit you not. Like her finger was missing. And I think that might be a thing that they would do to these people too. Like as a mark or some shit. But she was missing a fucking finger. Anyways, I'm going there and I'm thinking I'm going to see like Korean women, you know? Nope. It was fucking like Russian women, Eastern Bloc women, like tall, 6 foot tall, blonde, blue eyed women. And I'm not trying to pick them up, but I'm like, these guys are trying to pick, so I'm like talking to one of them or whatever. And I have to go back there a bunch of times with these guys over the weeks and whatever, right? And so I finally start talking to one of these women. I fucking found out these women are fucking trafficked. Like these women go to like, it's like these women from these countries, what'll happen is they'll sign up for like teaching jobs in other countries, teaching the foreign language. And they'll travel to one of these countries, right? They're trafficked, right? Thinking that they're gonna have a job, and then they break the contract. They like, you know, it's like they fake that they break the contract, and they force them into fucking prostitution. I shit you not. That's a real fucking thing. And I was blown away by it. Like these are like poor women from countries that you might think are rich or whatever. And then they get forced into fucking they fulfill the rest of their teaching contract as prostitutes. I was fucking blown away. I was expecting like Korean women, and it was fucking like Russians, Middle Eastern women, or not Middle Eastern, Eastern Bloc women. At that time, there are still some Eastern Bloc countries, but that was some real shit. Oh, do they really? Yeah, you buy them pineapple juice in a little glass. And they sip the pineapple juice, and every time they're done with the pineapple juice, they look at the mama-san. The mama-san looks at you. You got to buy them another pineapple juice. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I'm sitting here in the middle of fucking Korea, and there's like 6 foot tall, blonde, blue-eyed bombshells. Like beautiful women. Like these are gorgeous women. I never partook of it. I don't do that shit. I just never had to. So, but I know guys that do that shit, or not anymore. But when I was in the army, but that was a real thing that took place. So when you say that, like all these European black women are hanging out in fucking Kuwait or whatever, I wouldn't doubt that for a minute. That shit's real, man. That trafficking shit outside of military bases on other countries, that's some real shit. That really does happen. What is that shit? Iran threatens to strike U.S. bases in region if military conflict arises. The fuck on out of here. Fucking commence carpet bombing. Fuck on out of here. Iran can suck our balls. Suck our fucking balls. Fucking threatening like that. Fucking they out of their fucking minds. Yeah, they are. They have, like, I don't think American civilians understand how fucking baller our military is, do they? Do they want to fucking go back and do what we did in the 80s to them? Remember the last time we went to war with Iran? Any of you out there remember? We fucking like sunk their navy and took out every fucking aircraft they had in like an hour. The Navy mopped that shit up in like 4 fucking hours. You guys remember that shit back in the 80s? God damn it, I should have bought calls. Then you guys remember that shit? What was that shit? What was that called? Back in like 85 or something? Like 85 or 89. It was like the shortest war in history. That was that Operation Praying Mantis, or was that the one where Israel blew up one of our boats? You guys remember that shit? People don't realize how fucking like people. I think like civilians can't grasp how fucking big our military is, and the lift and the logistics. What is it like? Our Air Force is like, our Air Force is the largest Air Force in the world, like, and then the second largest Air Force is our Navy. And then like the next 3 or 5 below it aren't larger than our second largest Air Force in the world. It's that fucking big. Like we rule the, I'm telling you, we rule the seas and we rule the air in this world. That's why everybody speaks English. If you're a pilot. They did get carried away. You know they want some fucking stick time. You know they want some stick time right now. I don't think civilians realize that. I think like we're always afraid, like, oh God, like this country and that country. Like, dude, you gotta understand, like, when we invaded Iraq, right? When we invaded Iraq, they were the 4th largest army in the world. 4th. We rolled over them in fucking 3 days. 3 fucking days. 3 days. 3 fucking days. Oh yeah, dude, it was hard. We had to like lay off, didn't we? That's what I remember from it. Nice. What is this? Hell yeah, baby. Woo! God damn. Goddamn fucking nightmares. I like Iran. I like Iranians too. I got nothing against Iran or Iranians. Yeah, I got no problem with Iran or the Iranian people. I like the Iranian people. I like Chinese people. I like everybody. But if you want to see the fucking might and military power of the U.S., oh, dude. I was talking to my fucking daughter about it. So my oldest daughter I was talking to the other night, and I was talking to her about, remember when the protests in Minneapolis, or Black Lives Matter? They called in the military. So the police did, and the police had a military unit, an army unit, I think. It was the Army or Marines. And they requested for this unit to flank a house. You know, in the military, when you flank somebody, you're going to fucking unload on them, right? And that's what I think happened. It's like you never want to mix military with civilian things. Like, they have different tactics, different meanings behind different words. But I was telling my daughter about the other night, and I was explaining it to her, and I was like, most of the time in modern combat, not all the time. I was like talking to her about Fallujah and shit, going house to house, being a Marine, and I was trying to express to my daughter the difference between a police officer and a soldier, and to grasp the idea behind the difference in that. Like if you're a police officer, you get to go home to your wife every night, your children, you get good benefits. You can disobey a lawful order as a police officer. In the military, unless you join the military, you never really grasp the idea that you can be given a lawful or even at that moment an unlawful order. Unless you can get a lot of trouble if you disobey an order. You can be summarily executed. Not only that, unless other military personnel agree with you at that moment, you can be in a lot of trouble. You can be big time, right? Like whenever you're put in that situation in the military, it's a very life-changing moment. Any of you out there that are combat vets know what I'm talking about. You have this like you have like you face your own mortality at that moment when you're told to do something that you could die. It's way different than being a police officer when you're told. And I was trying to simplify it to my daughter. I was like, it's like when you're a Marine, you can be told charge that hill, and that hill could be raining fucking hell down on top of you, and you have to do that. Right? There is no falling fucking back, and it's a very like shocking. You think you know about it until you're actually in that situation. Yeah, see this right here? That's not good. I don't like that either. It's very like I remember the first time it happened to me, I called my mom and dad. I did. Called my mom and dad. But it's like it's a weird thing. Anyways, point that I'm trying to make is I'm talking to my daughter, and I'm like even in modern combat most of the time today, the biggest threat is like IEDs, snipers, people taking pot shots at you, shit like that. Like if you're in the army today, majority of the time you're gonna call in, you're gonna fucking like you make contact and you're gonna roll these motherfuckers over, and then you're gonna be calling in support. And the support is what I'm trying to get. The point I'm trying to get to. That support is fucking crazy, right? And it's like for fucking effect. Like when Iran says things like that, like, oh, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Like, you've never encountered like the full force and might of the U.S. military. It is one of the scariest fucking things you'll ever witness or feel or see. I would never want to be on the other end of that goddamn fucking spear, ever. Jesus Christ, look at that. Nope, not rated by spy. There's no price action here that warrants it. Looking for the dip, right? We got the dip here. We do have a high and a higher high here, but I want to escape the hourly and half-hour trigger, and we haven't done that yet. So there's some intraday trading here, but for the trade that I want to see price get at least above the hourly and half. I would really like to see the new high and then a back test and then get long. Here, I'll just draw it out for you. You guys aren't catching me in a bad trade. You guys understand how good of a trader I am? I'll be honest with you. I'm not trying to be egotistical. You guys aren't catching me in no fucking bad trade. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking serious? Always trying to see me fucking get burned here. It ain't happening. See this right here? Show you what you're looking for. You're looking for this trade to go higher, right here, right? And then you're looking for the new high right here, 604. It's roughly 604.50. Once you come back down here, I would take a long right there. Plenty of time. And look at where price is right now. Like, or where price was right here, right? It's the same fucking place. So why put that risk on until I have proof? Does that make sense to you guys? So there's no trade here for me. Not only that, but you've got the daily down below here. See this right here? And we also have vol coming in tomorrow. Bunch of fucking savages. Unrealized volatility. So even if we were able to blast down here, if I were able to blast down here today, I would buy that in a minute. Definitely, 100% I would buy that. So the trade is either down here or up here. What is this called? Mr. Yen says it, right? What does the goat say? Don't fuck around in here. Right? You leave that to FOMO, gang. Motherfuckers trying to catch me fucking left-footed right now, half-stepping. Ain't no fucking half-stepping around here. Any military people know what that means. Fucking ate up, chewed up. Oh yeah, Diego Garcia's getting built up too, right? I've heard that too. Trying to catch me, fucking catching me. Private San Diego, Code Red. There's no trade here. You can be in puts if you want to. There's no trade for me. Puts too expensive. Buyer of dips, positive gamma. Let's look for a trade for you guys. Hold on. Ooh. Dude, A-Lab's looking good still. IE's pumping. AMPX is doing good too. If you want something to distract your attention, I'll post them right now. Other trades. Offers a pullback. I got you guys covered. Let me check something else out here. I might have another idea for you too. Check out SDAO. Yeah, fuck you, inverse leverage product. What are SDAO calls looking like? 9 days. $48C looking like. Is there any interest? Oh, open interest, 365 shares. How about S-Dow 48C? There's only 34 and 99. OI is on 40. Looks like 47's got the best OI, but they're 75 cents. 45's hold on, I'm looking. There's no OI there. There's a bunch of OI on 52. On 50. They're flat right now. What's the bid ask on this? Bid ask is 45.55 right now. I don't know if we can get that move lower. I like the date on it. There it is right there. S1, S2, S3, S4. I don't know if we can get down there without realized vol. Iran. Yeah, we're holding talks with the U.S. and Europe, but we will not surrender to force. Fucking Estelle wants to pump. Estelle's just begging to pump. Does it look more bottomy to you, Winky? Let me look at it. Yeah, it wants to fucking explode, right? Really? Estelle looks more bottomy to you? On 21? I don't know, man. You see the low, there's high volume on it right now. Wouldn't you want to see less volume on SQQ? Seems like a lot of fucking volume on that fucking thing. I ain't buying it. Oh, I gotcha. All right, I gotcha. I would want less volume. See, like, if you look on SQQQ, you want, like, very low volume. And it's got a ton of volume right now. They're fucking sucking them in, dude. They're sucking these goddamn bears in. No. Fuck on out of here. Fucking, dude, sucking these fucking bears in. Don't believe it. I ain't believing it. I'm just looking at SQQQ right now, and I'm like, I ain't fucking believing it. Yeah, they do. I ain't buying it. I'll pass. I'm looking at like SQQQ right now. The volume fucking bar is big. Yeah, no. You need the fucking, for SQQQ to ramp, you need like no volume. It's got shit tons of volume. These fucking bears, man. They're fucking, these motherfucking bears. They're looking for this gotcha moment. I shit you not. Fucking goddamn. You're just going to provide more fucking fuel to the upside. Hold on here. I ain't fucking buying it. I'm not saying we can't get down to 95 or anything, but I'm not buying the doom. Too many motherfuckers buying that shit. I'm looking at the fucking volume right now in SQQQ. It's like just more fucking fuel to go up. Let me check. I ain't buying that. Dude, look at this. Look at these fucking wicks down here on SPX. I'm telling you, God damn it, they're tricking your ass again. $100%. I'm with you. I'm with you. 45. This is fucking fuel for upside, guys. I mean, just look at SQQQ volume bars. Like, volume should be non-existent in SQQQ. The motherfuckers are just buying shit tons of it. Yeah, no, I'm not buying it. I ain't buying it. This is a fucking bear trap if I ever saw one. Even if we get down to 94, 95, it's just going to, like, if we get down to 592 or something, it's going to be fucking buy or fucking central. I ain't buying it. Don't buy it, dude. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you right now. I don't care that the 5 minutes getting under it. 5 minutes ain't shit. I'm telling you. We're going up. Hold on here. They want this gotcha moment. I know. I can tell. They want the you got served moment. Hold on. I got to look at this. I can see. They want this what? They want this trade to 567. Oh, God, dude. Fucking motherfuckers. They are trying so hard. I know. They're sucking them in. They're like straight up sucking them in right now. They're so mean. This is just fuel for up or upside. You fucking bears try fooling me all the time. Fucking savages. We're gonna go down and we're gonna trade 560. We'll be trading 567 by tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, Friday. Fuckers. Oh my God. We're gonna serve all those bears on all those bulls on a platter. I am not buying this here. We're gonna set it down to 565 by like Friday, 9:30 in the morning. Doom and gloom. Dude, I fucking tricky bastards. I want to buy this right now, like badly. I want to like The degen in me wants to buy this pretty bad right now. Let me look right now. I'm looking right now, 45. Give me a second here. Let me read some of this shit. Can I reply in here? I want to buy this fucker right now so bad. We got a low, a higher low. We got the low right here, a higher low right here. I want to buy the fuck out of this close so bad. Just gotta be patient. Just tell me to be patient. Be like, Cap, be patient. Sit on your hands. You got 0 dates already? I'm just gonna hang out. What did I miss here? Hold on. I missed something here. Let's just take a look really quick over at let's look really quick here at Bookmap. I can see what they're trying to. Oh, damn it. Hold on here. So my cameras aren't working. Tighter, guys. Nope, we don't want that one. Why is that not working? Hold on a second here, guys. There's that 5975 down there. They're definitely looking for a dump. Here's 1600. I mean, I see what the setup is. Right? Have you chase a hole down here? Like blood this all the way down, chase the hole, and then up. Like low volume doom and shit in after hours. Like somewhere down in here. I get it. I see it. Yeah, no trade for me. I don't want to get wrapped up in puts. How much are puts in the close? Maybe close them at the bell. Let me see here. Spy puts expiring today. What do we got? Come on now, go faster, faster. What are we doing here? Close that. Close that. Close that. Get some puts to the belt. Hey, what are we doing? What's going on with my fucking brokerage? Estelle, though, wants to rip. I think Estelle looks better. The only problem with Estelle is there's no interest. One note on Estelle. I like it because of two reasons. So let me talk to you guys about Estelle really quick. SPY and Qs can be very cloudy. There's a lot of like cross current flows that come in and out of SPY, let's say, or the Qs, right? Like SQQQ, right? It can be very cloudy. You have a lot of people with different opinions. So Estelle, what I like about it is even if you don't trade it, it's very clean. But traders will only get into Estelle right before a move. And they exit together as a group too. So you don't want to be the last man standing in Estelle. But you want to be watching it at minimum because it gives you like, is everybody bared up here or not? If there's like a trap for bulls, you'll see like traders, like professional traders, will get into Estelle, and it'll tell you that there's some doom coming. So whether you execute that trade in Estelle or not doesn't really matter. You can just watch the option interest, right? And it'll crank, and then it dies down. You don't even have to trade it. Just watch it every time you think we're gonna like this moment right here. Any of these moments like this, you want to watch for like a fast rush into Estelle. Those smarter traders know that we're going to roll in a big way. Now we might roll down here into the bell, but I don't think it's doom. I think it's just for trend. That's it. So for us to stay in trend right now, we're in trend right now. Well, for us to stay in trend, right? It's where? Yeah, it's somewhere around like 588 to 594, somewhere in there. But we're likely going to squeeze up into the Friday close or Monday open, so I'm not seeing this as doomish. I'm seeing this more as the best dip that you can buy, have at it. You know what I mean? Like I see the point of the trade down here. We did this on look at May 29th. Look at May 29th. Like I'm looking for that down trade too. But we're only on June 11th. Don't believe this shit, guys. I'm telling you. Don't fucking believe it right now. We're like locked into this like 600 or COPX, so I don't think we have the ability to like swing down there just yet. I don't think so. I'm not buying it. Watch out if you're a bear. Dude, whose is that? Dude, that is dope as fuck. Yeah. And we haven't made a new low in the day yet either. We haven't made a new fucking low from yesterday's previous prior low. Thursday, Friday. Hold on a second here. Calls. Dude, people say that they like the people say that they like the the rig that he's got, that gaming rig, that they fucking love like the trucker sim. I see you're not. Where's the Friday low? Or excuse me, where's the low? 599.11. Let me just check the low from the day before. Tuesday low. Well, this is 4 a.m. Here's the 4 a.m. low right here. Well, here's Tuesday low right here, so we haven't given this up yet. No fucking buyers are right here. That's where they are. They're right here. No fucking buyers are here. No fucking snakes. Fucking fool me once. Dude, that is badass too. Dude, you guys have some dope ass setups. I thought I had cool setup. You guys have way fucking cooler setups than I have. Dude, look at that setup. This is what you need to be under right here. You need to be under this right here. Till we get underneath that Tuesday low. Not bearish unless we're underneath this fucking thing. I like listening to the fucking flight sim when they fuck around with the with control. Always like they're always busting balls on the fucking tower. We have a guy that watches the show here, and he works as a air traffic controller in DC. I don't know if he's watching right now. If you are watching, I'm not going to call you out and tell people here who you are, but we have a flight controller or a air traffic controller that works in DC. He's fucking hilarious. They got great fucking comedy. Me too. Sweet. Up 2 right now. What are you, Oh, hell yeah. We have a I got to take a new picture of my office. I got new screens in my office. We have a channel with everybody's battle stations. That's a dope station too. I like it. I think that thing is badass, dude. We're all crazy. If people saw our houses, they'd be like, "What the fuck?" Oh, we also have oh no, when do we get the big reports are Thursday. Nope, they're not today, they're tomorrow. We've got like a big report, we have a big ER on Thursday close. That would be the turn higher, wouldn't it? The report on Thursday close and consumer sentiment. They're just gonna fucking murder the options market until Thursday, aren't they? Or like Friday 10 a.m. Operation Murder Stock Market. I gotta take a new picture of my office because my shit looks dope now. It's like huge. Down 2 right now. You see that shit? Oh, hell yeah. Oh my God. Top G, we gotta go to your house. Holy shit. Nice fucking man cave. I've been building out like it's bigger than that now. I got to take a bigger picture. It's way bigger than that now. I got to take a bigger picture. I got a bigger station than that now. Down 3 right now. Whoop. Move that over. This is the Wednesday low right here. Let's go look at this. So here is this is the Wednesday low right here on SPX. This is the Tuesday low. I'll show you both of these. Tuesday low. Here's Wednesday low. Watch this close right here. See how they're pounding this down right now? Now I'm already building a position here. So watch this right here. And see this one right here? I'm already adding right now. I'm adding for Friday right now. Maybe we can try to hit, if we can hit it today, 600273. I'll leave this up. Right here, we'll leave it right here. I don't know if we can get down here, but that expresses itself somewhere. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. That's Monday. That's Tuesday. That's Tuesday. There's Wednesday right there. Monday, 9:30. Tuesday. Hold on here. Somewhere right here. I'm actually loading the fuck out of this right now. Well, not the fuck, but, you know, I got a 100-pack on. I'm adding for Friday here. Sorry, I'm adding for Friday. I added right here. I'm going to add here and here. If I could have like 300 calls for Friday, somewhere right here. This is where I bought right here. Motherfuckers think we're crashing today. They're out of their fucking skulls. Here, I'll show you guys something. Hold on. I'm just going to show you guys something really quick, okay? I'm just going to do a snippet. I'm not going to let you read the whole goddamn thing, but hold on. Hang tight here. I'm going to give you guys a snippet of something. Give me one quick second here, guys. What day is today? The 11th? Give me one quick second here, boys and girls. Let me show you what I'm thinking here. No, not that far. Let me just show you guys something here, okay? Let me show you guys something here, okay? When was Give me one quick second. I'll be right back with you guys. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm right here. Hold on. $18th. Okay. At everyone. Okay. Pay attention. Okay, so pay close attention here. I want you to open this chart that I posted for you in the Discord, okay? I want you to look at that chart. Open it up on a screen or at home. And I want you to look closely at a few things that are important here, okay? Remember that we have Juneteenth, right? Open this chart up at home. Pay attention here. Very important. I want you to look at the Wednesday high. That would be on the 12th. Do you see it? What did they do to us to the end of the day? That's not going to be exact, but I want you to look at what they did. Slam it down, right? And then they ramped it up into tomorrow's open, right? Then down into Friday. But I want you to notice next week into Vixpiration and into OpEx, you catch the high, not today, right? Like, so they slam into what? The prior high. Do you see that on Thursday? Let me just show you this really quick. Hold on. We'll just delete all this shit. You don't need to know any of this. You don't need anything here. Hold on. Get rid of all that. What I want you to see is you see the high here, right? This is Wednesday, right? Wednesday high. And what do? They scare you down here, right? See that? They revisit it again in the pre-market, right? Or tomorrow. So here's the prior high for Wednesday, right? They scare you into the bell here. And they ramp it one more time and hit that one right there. Bam, right? Oh, sorry, hold on. Watch closely here. Gather around. So here's Wednesday. Here's Thursday, 9 a.m. Wait a minute. We got to put this on an hour. Watch this closely here, okay? So they ramp this up right here. Right? Likely what? Take you back down for Thursday low, right? Something like this, right? Take you down again for Thursday for middle of the day low, right? Thursday, 2 p.m. Basically have something like this going on. Thursday close, Friday 1600, right there. Friday 9 a.m. Back up there, right? Watch closely here. The low on Wednesday, right? Up here, here, there, there, right about there. This is Monday. This is Tuesday. This Tuesday is Monday. 1500, right? There. That right? There's the new high. Something just like that. Something like that. Something like that. Do you understand now? Now, what's important about this? On any of these lows down here, right? You want the payoff to be, like I said to you earlier today on the call spread, you find a low that you like, and you date the call spread for when? The 18th or the 20th, right? I think I said 18th earlier, but maybe we should make it for the 20th. So you make it for the day after Juneteenth. You take the sell on the 20, or in our case, you would take the sell on, hold on here. God damn it, I fucking hate Microsoft Edge. Sucks. Hold on closely here, guys. June 18th. I'm assuming that's the 20th. So here's the 18th right here. But I guess you make it for the 20th then. Because we got 1 day closed for Juneteenth, right? The 19th or something. So it's either going to be like you're going to get the print somewhere here or here. Now, where do you get the biggest low? You get the deepest low should be on Friday the 14th. Oh, not 14th, excuse me. In our case, it would be the 13th. So you would buy the open on Friday. You can trade it. You can intraday trade this stuff. You buy the daily low each day. And then the Friday open, this Friday, here we are, right down here, 9 a.m., 9:30. You'd execute the spread right here. Whatever this low is for that trade right there. So you can 0 date or 1 date if you want on the daily low here. Pay attention. Just kidding. You guys get what I'm saying here? Dude, this is the fucking creme de la creme. And then whatever the Friday low is, we're long into the 20th. How's that sound like for a fucking plan? You guys with me on this? If you go in the Discord, I've got the proof for it. So ready? I'm going to posit something for you. For the next 3 days, you're going to get a market low every day, and they're going to panic you to sell the whole market. And on every one of those daily lows, you're going to go long. And you can sell the high every day, too, from up high in this thingy bob right here. Now, I guess you could theoretically say, well, it's not going to be the same as what I showed you. So maybe it is down here. It could be down here, like something like this. And then we're hitting 600 up in here, maybe. That's possible. But if we stay on doing this, like if we do this today and hold this, theoretically we should have an up morning tomorrow and sell the open. If this is the low. You could even bring this down a little bit into Friday, Wham, wham, wham. Something like this. But the only word of caution that I would have would be that if this is the low right now, if that's the low, we should go up. And probably I would say fail this one, right? $9 a.m. Sell the open, get a new low down here. Middle of day tomorrow, Thursday. So pop and drop on news tomorrow. Won't matter what the news is, right? And then you would hit this. You'd hit this one right here. Then you'd hit this one right here. And then this one right here would probably scare everybody. Right? You're going to have a bunch of people call top. You're going to have everybody. I'm going to tell you this. How about this? I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to make a fucking prediction for you right now. God, this is terrible. This is so fucking cruel. Ready? By Friday, everyone's going to say that was the top. They're going to run this down up here. Up, double top. Up, triple top. We're going to fight our way back up on Friday close. And it's going to be for liquidity down on Monday. But we're not going down there. We're actually going to come back here on Monday with a trade deal done or some bullshit like that. Come back down here. We're going to slap the fuck out of that right there. We're going to go right there. And they're going to be pissed. Oh, God, it's going to be so terrible. It's going to be so bad. Probably hold that, too. Pop that right there. So brutal. So... No, you can do this on, like, the best way to express this. Good question. The best way to express this would be to check out Qs, because Qs should outperform even SPY. I will draw this out for you with Qs as well. But I'm going to tell you right now, there's a giant-ass fucking bear trap here. Giant fucking bear trap. Ah, shit. Hold on, I'm in calls right now. Yeah, I'm going to sell out of these calls, I think. Into the close here. Before 4:15, I'm going to sell out of these calls, okay? But I want to warn you of something. There's a bunch of shit here you got to know. So if you look at that chart that I posted for you in the Discord, take a note of the first chart that I posted. And note how they try to fucking, like, notice how, I want you to, like, here, I'll just show you guys. Come here. God damn it. Support the show. Join our Discord. I feel so shitty when I don't share this. Look at this here. It's like a fucking playbook that you can't fucking, I mean, look at this playbook. It's not going to be exact, but if it rhymes, right? Here's Wednesday high. Make you think we're crashing. Ramp it up into the bell. Ramp it up here to the open, right? Slam you down. Fuck you. and no one wants to buy your options on tomorrow's open. So even if you won without a spread, they're going to hammer you down here, right? Back up again, slam you down again, right? And look at that. There's Friday. If you buy the Friday open, same place, right? You fucking super ramp into fucking. You're gonna be sitting here going, "Oh yeah, that's a top, right? Watch this. Look at this, right? Nope, top, double top, triple top. You'd be going into fucking Friday thinking that you're just getting liquidity for a fucking bloodbath on Monday. So everybody's just fucking loading up on fucking puts. And then they fucking just ramp your ass right into fucking expiration. Suck it. Take you down into OPEX, right? Now you're thinking we're going to blast down here into OPEX, window of weakness over here. And it's just to fucking ramp your ass again. Again, into the 28th. And look at this. High in the 28th. Look at this ragdolling. Ramp you up, you get your OPEX weakness, you get your Vixpiration weakness, right? And then wham, up again into the 30th. Week for 4th of July, right? But you're still on trend with the daily trigger. And then whammo. Bye-bye. I guess you could do on Vixpiration a hedge for that right there. So in the open of Vixpiration, you put your hedge on. We know that now, right? The morning of expiration of Vixpiration at 9 a.m., you put your hedge on. You see that? If we don't roll over and we actually do the spot up, vol up, you close it here if it holds on the 2nd. This year, this would be like the day before Thursday of Thursday. So you'd be like dooming it up right into end of first week of July. And you just long the fucking market. Do you guys understand what I'm saying here? Do you guys understand what I'm saying to you? So what you would do would be you're looking to long the Friday low of this week with a call spread or an expiry on Vixpiration. And all of this is in service of just sucking in more sellers. God damn. Hold on, I'll draw in they're going to ragdoll these guys. And that's Vixpiration in July, I bet was the 16th or the 18th. Let me post you guys another one of these inside the Discord right now. So there's a better chart to show you. If we do the spot up, vol up. Yeah, I got out of those calls. Because I won't get a print on the open tomorrow unless it's a spread. You could do a spread right now. You could do a 1-date spread and close them right on the fucking open and you'll get paid. You could do a spread right now. You got 4 minutes. You could do an in-the-money call spread overnight and close it right on the fucking bell tomorrow. I think. Did they do share? They did. I can't account for share dilution. Is that what they said? They did share dilution? Is that what they did on GME? Yeah, you can't fucking. That's bullshit. When they do that share dilution shit, there's nothing you can do about that. And that's not bottom either. It should be lower than that. 24 something. Let me look. That ain't bottom. I'm on the wrong chart. Hold on. There's nothing you can do for that shared. So they almost hit it. Let's look at it together. So here's the drop right here. This is your weekly. 2471 is the target. Right there, 2471. Might not be done going down here. Might not be done. I can't account for that shit. There's nothing I can do. Like, I can't predict that. There's no fucking predicting, like, share dilution bullshit. I've got 2471 and $17.60. So if you were to DCA, you buy 2822, 2471, and 1760. But there's nothing you can do with this. Like, I can't account for share is that what they just did, a share dilution? Yeah, you can't do like proposed fucking private offerings. I have nothing I can do for this. Like, this is fucking them scamming, so that's bullshit they did that to you. That's a fucking scam right there. But you've got three targets. First one is 2822, 2471. I'll write it down for you. $17.60. But that is bullshit right there. That is straight, dude. All right, fuck Ryan Cohen, I guess. What a fucking monster, man. Fucking. You get dumped on. Dude, you know what the worst part of this is? They could have waited to do it up here. They could have done it from 32 to 29. They could have done it right here. Dude, GME gang, man. Savage. Savage. Are they really going to show ads? Yeah, I can't account for that shit. There's no way to account for, like, we're doing a share dilution. There's no accounting for that kind of shit. Dude, he's such a jackass, too, doing that. He's a fucking total jackass. Look at that. Cheap as possible, baby. Cheap as possible. I did not know they're going to be showing ads on AMC theaters. I could see that devolving into even worse than that. I could see it devolving even worse. Look at Spy right now, too. Look at Spy cranking right now. Look at this. So they're going to crank this up. We're going up in the overnight. We'll go up. I'm going to give her another prediction. We're going to go up in the overnight on Spy. We're going to get a quick up move into 9 a.m. and the sellers are going to show up at 9 o'clock, 9:30 or something like that. If you're looking to short in futures before we get to cash market, look for that 9 o'clock trade higher. Look to short 604. Roughly right, 604.87. Look to short. And it'll staircase down. You're going to hear, dude, by next Friday, you're going to hear like quadruple top crashing on fucking Monday. The Bears are going to go fucking bananas this weekend. Like bananas. Like straight up bananas. Like the weekend, they're going to be fucking going bananas. Like this weekend, I guarantee that over the weekend, you're going to see every crash story you know coming out. And they're going to get fucking annihilated come Monday morning. No, I sold mine because I don't think I'm going to get the print. I had like not naked, but I was owned calls. I won't get it. I won't get demand on the open tomorrow. I'll be in the money, but there'll be nobody to buy them. You have to have people buying calls. The dealers already know that nobody's going to buy calls on tomorrow's open, in my view. So you're going to wake up tomorrow in the money, and you'll have no OI. So you could do a spread if you wanted to, but you're going to get fucked if you're on just calls. So there's a bunch of dynamics there. Like number one, they're not going to print you until next week. Number two, you want to buy the open on Friday morning for the 20th, whatever, after expiration or on expiration day, which is, I believe, the 18th. So just date them for the 20th. What else? Bears are going to be down here at these lows every day, and they're going to be looking for a fucking sell, and they're not going to get it. Just like today. Just like today, they didn't get it. So that's what you're looking for right now. Fucking Bears are going to get fucked so bad. Now, what else can I tell you guys? The other thing I would say to you would be, do I think that a war is going to crash us with Iran? Not personally. I don't think it would get. The only thing that I can't account for is we try to nuke them and they launch a nuke or something. There is a chance that Iran has a nuclear weapon, or at least some kind of a dirty bomb or something they can put in a box and deliver. There's a possibility of that, of both of those outcomes. That we know that they have nuclear material. They could set off a TNT explosion and cause real damage somewhere. I don't think Iran wants that. Iran, the women in Iran revolted last summer, and they don't have to wear full body stuff right now. Even though they have hardline religious leadership, I don't think Iran wants to see them wiped off a map and glass parking lot kind of thing. And I don't think that we would respond immediately either. There's a few things we can talk about if you want. The market's closed, so I'll talk plainly with you. Some of this stuff I do know about. So the U.S., you remember that lady that wrote the book that said we're like 2 seconds away from dying and like fingers are on the trigger? That's not true. It is and it isn't. Like if there was like a full scale nuclear conflict, yes, we would hit the button like that. In most cases, for like a small nuke going off or one or two nukes going off, we would more than likely never respond in kind. I know you think that, like, Iran will set off a nuke and the U.S. will set off a nuke. That's not the case. That's not our doctrine. You have way better leverage. You can turn the entire world on a country, and then you can actually seize the country, believe it or not, rather than destroying it. And world leaders would get together in that train, even Russia and China. So like a one nuclear set off is never a good thing to do. And even if we were to counterstrike, it wouldn't be immediately. And there are other ways to do it without another nuke. Don't think for a minute that the U.S. is like, you get one nuke, we're going to send a nuke back. That's not how it goes. It's not nuclear doctrine. That lady that wrote that book was not accurate. Promise you that. That was for filler for you to get fear. So there's that right there. So do I think anything will happen with Iran? Probably not. It's a very low likelihood. I don't think that Iran wants to do a nuclear war or a ground war or anything like that. I do agree that you can't rule out Israel. They do crazy, stupid fucking shit. I'm going to be honest with you. But I don't see it right now. I don't see it like, and I don't see like whatever they do. I said do. Would make our market go to zero or bloodbath crash or anything like that. I don't see it. If it was a small conflict, like we take out some of their, we tell them, hey, we're going to bomb this or bomb that, there might be some of that, but I wouldn't like put all your eggs into that basket. I would stick with the plan. And if there is a nuclear war, what do? Buy calls. If there's ever a nuclear war, you buy calls. You buy all the calls. Any doom on that shit, start seeing the market go down, you buy calls. You're either not going to be here the next day or the market's going to be fucking vertical over something like that. Every time. Yeah, you can buy SPX if you want. We should go up here. So, at any rate, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. That should be roughly what we do into Vixpiration end of month. This plays into the spot up, vol up with Charles McGilligot. And I'll tell you one last thing here. It's very simple. If in this whole plan right here, right? If in this whole plan, I want to show you something else here that's important too. Hold on here. If we had a low at the daily trigger, right? It's not going to be until July 2nd. Theoretically, if this is it right here, right? You would still be coming down like right here. So just like this, and like that right there. You want to snip that, you can. And you can't really get short until that retest of the daily trigger over here. So I would say we'd know more. We would know more in July 2nd. We have the EU stuff. We have the tax bill. And you'd probably be wanting a short from up here. Now, this is a short right here for a payout down here. But you still have time to get short right here, too. Like, crank up here, you can get short right now on tomorrow's open. You can get short on tomorrow and tomorrow's open. You should be able to get short. Should be able to. I think I got that right. Where's Friday? There's Thursday. There's Wednesday, right? Wednesday up. Move that over. Down right here. Down into Thursday close, right? Are that right? Here's Thursday. Sorry about this. That's a little bit wrong. Right here. This is Thursday close. This is Friday. I don't know why this is all wonky like this. You get the gist, right? Here's hold on. Here's Wednesday. Here's Thursday, 9 a.m. Thursday, 9 a.m. You sell that down. 1,600. Do that one right there. That one right there. 9 a.m. on Friday, right? Nope. Thursday, Friday, 9 a.m. Right there. Look just like this. Squeeze it up. Right? Slam down for Thursday. Squeeze it up. Slam down for Friday. And then you're up and out at them. So you could theoretically take a short like right here tomorrow for a Friday print. Put spread. Call spread. And you're going to be given another chance tomorrow. And look where we're going right now. Up. Yeah, if you're just buying call spreads, wait until 9 a.m. on Friday. Or you could just pick any of these lows today, tomorrow, Friday. Still going to get the print. There's a couple of different ways to look at this, right? There's a couple different ways to look at this. Anything down here you're buying for a print up here. You could try to buy this to do this one right here. 10 a.m. Michigan consumer sentiment would be the trigger to go up. I think that's enough for you. I think you guys don't even need me anymore.